Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get goosebumps every time I think about what happened that night. It's been 3 years, but I can recall every detail like it was yesterday. I've never really told anyone about this except my closest friends, but I need to get it off my chest. I was a broke college student at Rutgers, studying psychology and working nights at this group home in a quiet suburban neighborhood in central New Jersey. It was a split-level house. Nothing special from the outside, just a typical Jersey home with vinyl siding and a small front yard. Inside, it had been converted to accommodate 4 adults with developmental disabilities. The job wasn't particularly difficult. I'd help with evening routines, overnight supervision, and morning preparations before the day staff arrived. This particular incident happened on November 1st, the day after Halloween. I had worked the Halloween shift too, and we had a small party with the residents. Nothing crazy, just some decorations, candy, and Halloween-themed games. I had dressed up as Papa Legba, a voodoo spirit. My costume wasn't super elaborate, but I had used black makeup around my eyes and drawn teeth on my face to look like a skull. I still had some of the makeup on when I came in for my shift the next evening because I was running late and didn't have time to properly wash it all off. When I arrived around 8 in the evening staff filled me in on everyone's day and medications before heading out. The residents were all in good spirits. 3 were watching TV in the living room and 1 was already in bed. Nothing out of the ordinary. By 11:30, I had helped everyone to bed and finished my paperwork. The house was quiet, except for the soft hum of the heating system. This was usually my favorite part of the shift, when I could relax a bit, maybe watch some TV or do some studying. I decided to play some Wii to pass the time. The game console was connected to the TV in the living room, which was this open space at the bottom of the split level with large windows facing the backyard. During the day, it was bright and cheerful, but at night, with just the small lamp on in the corner, it had this eerie quality to it. I turned on the TV and the Wii, but for some reason, the console wasn't connecting properly. The TV screen was just black, with that glossy reflection you get from a turned-on screen that's receiving no input. I remember sighing with frustration and getting up to restart the Wii. The living room was dimly lit. I only had that one small lamp on because I didn't want to wake anyone up. As I crouched in front of the TV to reach the console, I noticed something in the reflection on the TV's black border. At first I thought it was just my own reflection, but then I realized I was seeing someone else. In the glossy black frame of the TV, I could see what looked like a child standing behind me. It was a kid, maybe 7 to 10 years old, with dark, thick hair and bangs, wearing what looked like a white, sleeveless nightdress. My first thought was that one of the residents had gotten up, but immediately I knew that wasn't right. None of the residents were children, and none of them had that appearance. What really made my blood run cold was the way this child was standing. It wasn't a natural posture at all. Its legs were spread apart in this weird stance, arms curled outward like twisted branches, and its head was tilted downward so that its eyes were looking up at me from under those thick bangs. And those eyes, they were staring right at me with this hatred. That's the only word I can use to describe it. Pure, focused hatred. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt like my heart stopped beating for those few seconds. I was still crouched in front of the TV, my hand halfway to the Wii, just staring at this reflection of a child that should not be there. The most terrifying part was that I could still see parts of my Papa Legba makeup in my own reflection. The blackened eyes and the teeth drawn on my face, right next to this malevolent child figure. It was like we were both these ghoulish entities facing off in the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, I managed to turn around. There was nothing there. The space behind me was completely empty. I jumped up so fast, I banged my knee on the coffee table. The pain barely registered. I turned on every light in the living room and adjacent kitchen. My heart was pounding so hard, I could hear it in my ears. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. I even went and peeked in on all the residents. Everyone was asleep in their beds. For the rest of that night, I sat in the brightly lit kitchen with my back against the wall, facing the living room. I couldn't bring myself to turn off any lights or even look at that TV again. I kept thinking I was hearing footsteps or seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. When morning finally came, I was exhausted and jumpy. Janet, the morning staff person, arrived at 6 a.m. and immediately noticed something was wrong with me. Janet had been working at the home for over 15 years, and nothing ever seemed to faze her. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said as she put her purse down. "Rough night?" I hesitated before telling her what happened. I was worried she'd think I was crazy or that I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare. But something in her expression made me tell her everything. As I described the child in the reflection, Janet's face went pale. She sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "You saw her too," she whispered. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, too?" Janet explained that about 5 years ago they had an overnight staff member named Miguel who had worked there for almost 2 years. He was reliable, good with the residents, never had any issues. Then one night, he called Janet at 3 in the morning, hysterical. He was rambling about a child in a white nightgown who was standing in the living room staring at him. He quit that same day, refused to ever set foot in the house again. He said there was something evil about her, Janet told me, that she wasn't just a ghost or a spirit, that she was something worse. The residents started waking up then, and we had to drop the conversation to help with morning routines. But before I left, Janet pulled me aside. "Listen," she said, her voice low. "I've worked here a long time, and I've never seen anything myself. But this house, sometimes things happen that I can't explain. Electronics malfunction for no reason. Objects move. Sometimes the residents refuse to go into certain rooms or talk about the girl watching them. We don't talk about it much." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As I gathered my things to leave, Janet put her hand on my arm. Maybe don't wear costumes or anything that alters your appearance when you work nights here," she said. Miguel had been to a costume party that night too. He thought maybe that's what attracted her attention. I quit 2 weeks later. I couldn't handle being in that house at night anymore. I kept seeing movement in my peripheral vision, kept feeling like someone was watching me. The residents seemed more agitated during my shifts too, especially at night. One of them, a normally non-verbal man, started pointing to empty corners and saying, "Girl," over and over. The final straw came when I was in the bathroom one night, washing my hands. I looked up into the mirror, and for a split second, I swear, I saw her standing behind me. Same posture, same hateful stare. I was out of that bathroom so fast, I forgot to turn off the water. I still don't know what I experienced in that house. I've tried researching the history of the property, but found nothing significant. No tragic deaths, no missing children. The house had been converted to a group home in the 90s, and before that, it was just a regular family home. Sometimes I wonder if my Papa Legba costume somehow opened a door that night. The voodoo figure is associated with being a gatekeeper between worlds after all. Or maybe whatever was in that house was already there, and the costume just made me more sensitive to it. What haunts me most isn't just the memory of what I saw, but the feeling that came with it. That child thing wasn't just scary, it felt malicious, like it wanted to harm me. I've never felt such focused negative energy directed at me before or since. I drive past that house sometimes. It's unavoidable in that small town. It looks so normal from the outside, just another suburban home. But I know something is in there, watching through the windows, waiting. And sometimes, when I drive by at night and the living room lights are on, I find myself looking away from the windows, afraid of what I might see reflected in the glass. Hussein, story 2. I'm writing this down because I need to get it off my chest. I've told this to therapists over the years, and they all say the same thing. Childhood imagination, sleep paralysis, night terrors, but they weren't there. They didn't see her. I grew up in an old Victorian house in Portland. It wasn't anything special from the outside. Faded blue paint, a wraparound porch that creaked when you walked on it, those typical tall windows. My bedroom was on the second floor, at the end of the hallway. I remember the wallpaper had these tiny blue flowers that seemed to change shape in the darkness. I was around 7 when it started. I'd always been a sound sleeper before then. My mom used to joke that I could sleep through a tornado. But something changed that summer. I started waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. Not from nightmares or needing to use the bathroom. I'd just suddenly be wide awake, my heart racing. The first time I saw her, I thought it was my mom checking on me. I remember opening my eyes and seeing a figure standing beside my bed. But as my vision adjusted to the darkness, I realized it wasn't my mom at all. It was a girl, maybe 12 or 13, wearing a plain white dress that hung just below her knees. Her hair was dark, hanging straight down past her shoulders. She wasn't doing anything scary, just standing there watching me. I remember being frozen, not from fear exactly, but from confusion. She didn't look threatening, just sad. When I finally worked up the courage to reach for my bedside lamp, my hand passed right through where her arm should have been. I felt this intense cold, like plunging my arm into ice water. By the time I clicked the lamp on, she was gone. I told myself it was just a dream, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Dreams fade when you wake up, but this memory stayed sharp. After that first night, it happened again and again. Not every night, but often enough that I started dreading bedtime. My parents noticed I was exhausted all the time. My grades started slipping, and I couldn't focus in school. How could I when I was spending half the night wide awake, afraid to close my eyes? I tried telling my parents after about the 5th time. I remember sitting at the breakfast table, pushing my cereal around while trying to find the words. When I finally told them about the girl in my room, my dad laughed and ruffled my hair. Sounds like you've been watching too many scary movies, buddy. My mom was a bit more sympathetic, but suggested it was just a recurring dream. I might have believed them if it had stayed the same. But it didn't. It evolved. About a month after the first appearance, I woke up to find my bed shaking, not violently, but enough that it woke me up. I thought it was an earthquake at first. We'd had a small one earlier that year, but when I opened my eyes, she was there, at the foot of my bed, her hands gripping the metal frame. She was looking at me with these hollow eyes, her head tilted slightly to one side. I screamed that time. My parents came rushing in, but of course, she was gone by then. My dad checked under the bed, in the closet behind the curtains, all the while telling me it was just a bad dream. When I insisted my bed had been moving, my mom felt the frame, pointed out how heavy it was, and asked how a little girl could possibly shake it. That was when I stopped telling them. What was the point? They'd never believe me. The visits continued. Sometimes she'd just stand by the window, staring outside. Other times she'd be closer, right next to my pillow, her face inches from mine when I opened my eyes. I started sleeping with my bedside lamp on, which helped for a while. She never appeared in the light, but then the lamp started turning off by itself. I'd wake up in the darkness, and she'd be there watching. I'd reach for the switch, but it wouldn't work. I'd click it frantically, begging for light, and she'd just stand there. Sometimes, I swear, I saw her lips curve into the slightest smile. The worst nights were when I couldn't see her, but knew she was there. I'd wake up to my room being about 20 degrees colder than normal. The hair on my arms would stand up, and I'd feel this weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I'd lie there, eyes squeezed shut, counting the seconds until morning. Then came the voices. I think I was around 9 when that started. I'd be lying in bed trying to fall asleep despite my fear, when I'd hear a soft, sing-song voice coming from the hallway. "Thomas, come out and play with me, Thomas." The first time it happened, I thought it was my older sister messing with me. I yelled for her to knock it off, but there was no response, just more whispered invitations. When I asked her about it the next morning, she looked at me like I was crazy. The voice became a regular thing, always calling me to come out of my room, to play in the hallway, to follow her downstairs. Something deep inside me knew that if I ever stepped foot outside my bedroom door when she called, something terrible would happen. So I never did, no matter how tempting it sometimes seemed. One night when I was 10, the voice was different. It wasn't playful anymore, it was urgent, almost angry. "Thomas, you need to come now. Please, Thomas, I need your help." I remember sitting up in bed, my hand actually on the doorknob, before I caught myself. The desperation in her voice had seemed so real, so human. But then I felt that familiar cold sensation washing over me, and I knew it was a trick. That same night after I'd refused to leave my room, I woke up again to find her standing at the foot of my bed. But this time, she looked different. Her dress was dirty, with what looked like mud or something darker smeared across the front. Her hair was wet, hanging in stringy clumps around her face. And her eyes, they weren't sad anymore. They were angry. She started coming closer, one slow step at a time. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. She leaned down, her face getting closer to mine, and whispered, "You should have helped me when you had the chance." I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through my window. My sheets were soaked with sweat, and my throat was raw, as if I'd been screaming. After that night, things escalated. Objects in my room would move overnight, books falling off shelves, toys arranged in circles on the floor. Once I woke up to find all my action figures standing upright on my dresser, facing my bed. Another time, the pictures on my wall were turned upside down. My parents started to get concerned about my mental health. I was having trouble sleeping, jumping at shadows, refusing to be alone in the house. They took me to a child psychologist who diagnosed me with anxiety and recommended a nightlight and a strict bedtime routine. The nightlight helped a bit. She seemed less powerful when there was even a tiny bit of light in the room. But she still came, less frequently, but when she did, it was worse, more intense, more real. When I was 12, we moved houses because of my dad's job. I remember the relief I felt packing up my room, thinking I was finally going to escape her. The new house was newer, brighter, with none of the creaking floorboards or shadowy corners of our old Victorian. The first few nights in the new house, I slept better than I had in years. No girl, no voices, no cold spots. I started to believe that maybe my parents and the psychologist had been right. Maybe it had all been in my head, tied to that specific house and the stress of being a kid. But then, about 2 weeks after we moved, I woke up in the middle of the night. The room was cold, and I knew before I even opened my eyes that she was there, standing in the corner of my new room, wearing that same white dress, watching me with those same hollow eyes. I didn't sleep for 3 days after that. My parents took me back to the psychologist, who prescribed mild sleeping pills. They helped me sleep, but they didn't stop her from appearing. If anything, they made it worse because I couldn't wake up properly when she was there. This continued, off and on, throughout my teenage years. As I got older, the visits became less frequent, but no less terrifying. By the time I left for college, it was down to maybe once every few months. College was a relief, Living with roommates meant I was rarely alone at night, and somehow she never appeared when there was someone else in the room. I started to rebuild my life, to believe that whatever had happened was behind me. Then came the night of my 21st birthday. I'd had a few drinks with friends and crashed early. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find her sitting on the edge of my bed. She looked exactly the same as she had when I was 7. The white dress, the dark hair, the sad eyes, but this time she spoke to me directly, clearly. "I'm still waiting for you to help me, Thomas." I moved out of that dorm room the next day, made up some excuse about noisy neighbors. I'm 37 now. I own my own house, live alone despite my fear of it. I've tried everything, therapy, medication, even having the house blessed by a priest once. I'm not even religious, that's how desperate I was. The visits are rare now, maybe once or twice a year. The last time was 6 months ago. I woke up, feeling that familiar cold, and she was there, standing by my bedroom door. She looked at me for a long moment, then turned and walked out into the hallway. For the first time in 30 years, vanished. The next day, I noticed a small crack in that wall that I'd never seen before. Out of curiosity, I tapped on it and realized it sounded hollow. I've been staring at that wall for 6 months now, wondering what's behind it. Part of me wants to break it open, to see if there's something there that might explain everything, but a bigger part is terrified of what I might find. I still don't know if she was real or if my childhood brain created her and never fully let go. All I know is that even now, as a grown man, I sleep with the light on, and sometimes in the darkest part of the night, I still hear her calling my name. Story 3. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this down, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been years, but the nightmares haven't stopped completely. I was only 7 when it happened, back in my village of Pratapgarh in Uttar Pradesh. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. Our family lived in a big joint household. Grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, all together in this sprawling house that had been in our family for generations. It was a typical village home with several rooms built around a courtyard. The 4 Muslim families who lived around us were friendly enough, though we didn't interact much beyond greetings. Right in front of our home stood this massive peepal tree that everyone considered sacred. That summer was particularly brutal. The heat was unbearable, even by Indian standards. I remember the ground cracking from dryness and the constant sound of ceiling fans struggling to push around the hot air. It happened on a Tuesday. I remember because it was my day off from school due to some teacher training. Everyone was busy with their chores, and I was bored out of my mind. Around noon, I decided to visit our family orchard about half a kilometer away. I loved going there. We had mango trees, guava, and some jackfruit. I'd often sneak away to eat fresh fruit straight from the trees. My mother was busy cooking lunch with my aunts. "Rahul, where are you going?" she called out as I headed for the door. "Just to the orchard, Ma," I replied, already halfway out. "Don't talk to strangers," she reminded me, like always, "and be back before the sun gets too high." I nodded and ran out, excited for my little adventure. Usually I took the direct path to the orchard, but that day, and I still don't know why, I chose the longer route that curved between the wheat fields. Maybe if I'd gone the normal way, none of this would have happened. The sun was beating down mercilessly. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the only sounds were distant farm equipment and my own footsteps on the dusty path. The wheat fields stretched out on both sides, golden and dry. I was sweating profusely, but I didn't mind. The promise of juicy mangoes kept me going. About halfway to the orchard, I spotted it. This weird tree I'd never noticed before. It wasn't particularly tall, maybe 6 feet or so, and looked completely out of place among the healthy vegetation around it. Its branches were dead and twisted, and the trunk split into 2 main branches that formed this odd seat-like gap in the middle. The whole thing looked blackened, as if it had been burned, but not completely destroyed. I slowed down, curious about this strange tree. That's when I saw her. There was a woman sitting in that gap between the branches. She wore a white sari that seemed to glow unnaturally bright in the midday sun. Her hair was jet black and hung down past her waist. She was combing it with her fingers. Not normal combing, but slowly dragging her long fingernails through the strands. At first, I thought maybe she was from one of the village homes, but something felt off immediately. Women in our village didn't just sit in trees in the middle of nowhere. They didn't wander alone, especially not at noon when everyone was home preparing lunch. Plus, there was something about her that made my stomach knot up with fear. I stood frozen on the path, unable to move forward or turn back. The rational part of my 7-year-old brain was trying to make sense of what I was seeing, while some deeper instinct was screaming at me to run away. She must have sensed me watching because she slowly raised her head. I still remember how her neck moved, not smoothly like a normal person, but in jerky little movements, like a puppet being controlled by strings. When her face became visible, she smiled at me. Her teeth were too white, too perfect. Her smile stretched wider than seemed humanly possible, but it was her eyes that truly terrified me. Completely black, with no whites at all. Just endless darkness that seemed to pull me in. She raised one hand and beckoned me closer with a crooked finger. My mother's warnings echoed in my head. Don't talk to strangers. But this felt like something much worse than just a stranger. I shook my head no. Her smile faltered for just a second, then returned, wider and more insistent. She beckoned again, more forcefully. I took a step back, shaking my head more firmly. That's when everything changed. Her face contorted with rage, the beautiful features twisted into something inhuman. Her mouth opened far wider than any mouth should, and I swear I could see rows of teeth all the way to the back of her throat. Before I could process what was happening, she was moving. Not climbing down from the tree like a normal person would, but gliding, as if her feet never touched the branches. She moved with impossible speed, and suddenly she was on the ground coming toward me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. It was like my voice had been stolen. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was completely paralyzed with fear. She approached me with that terrible smile, her feet not touching the ground. I don't remember her walking. She just seemed to get closer and closer in flashes, like when you blink and someone has moved. The last thing I remember is her face inches from mine, that awful smile stretching across it, and those black eyes swallowing me whole. Then darkness. I woke up at home, on my bed, with my family gathered around me. My cousin Vikram was explaining how he'd found me unconscious on the path to the orchard. Everyone assumed I had heat stroke from being out in the midday sun. My grandmother was fanning me with a palm leaf fan, and my mother was pressing a cold cloth to my forehead. "What happened, Beta?" my father asked, his face creased with worry. I tried to tell them about the woman in the tree, but the words wouldn't come out. Every time I started to speak about her, my throat would close up, and I'd start gasping for air. Eventually, they stopped asking and told me to rest. The next few days were a blur of increasing misery. I developed a raging fever that wouldn't break, no matter what medicine the local doctor gave me. I couldn't eat. Everything I tried to swallow got stuck in my throat. I became severely constipated, which caused incredible pain. My body felt like it was burning from the inside out. On the third night, I started speaking in a voice that wasn't mine. My parents later told me it was a harsh, raspy woman's voice. I have no memory of this, only what they described afterward. Apparently, I sat up in bed around midnight, looked at my terrified family with eyes that didn't blink, and spoke in this other voice for nearly an hour. That's when my family called our village's spiritual advisor, Pandit Sharma. He performed a ritual over me, burning incense and chanting mantras. After examining me, he declared that I had been possessed by a chudel, a type of female spirit that is known to be extremely dangerous. According to him, I had seen her when I shouldn't have, and she had latched onto my soul. Through me, the spirit refused to leave. My family pleaded with it, offered prayers and gifts, but nothing worked. My condition worsened. I was wasting away, unable to eat or drink properly. My fever spiked so high that they placed me in a tub of cold water several times a day. Finally, in desperation, my father traveled to a neighboring village known for its powerful priests. He returned with 7 of them, all specializing in removing evil spirits. They performed a ritual that lasted 24 hours straight. I remember flashes of it. The smell of burning herbs, the continuous chanting, the feeling of my body convulsing uncontrollably. I'm told that at the end of the ritual, I let out a scream that didn't sound human, and then collapsed. When I woke up hours later, I was myself again. The fever was gone, I could eat and drink, and the terrible pain had subsided. The priests told my family that the spirit had been deliberately released into our field by someone who wished us harm. Later, we discovered that one of the neighboring families had been in a land dispute with my grandfather and had consulted a black magic practitioner to harm our family. They had chosen me as the easiest target. Recovery was slow. For weeks afterward, I couldn't speak about what had happened without breaking into cold sweats and trembling. I refused to go near that path again, and my parents never forced me to. The strange tree was cut down and burned by the priests before they left our village. But the worst part was the nightmares. They started about a month after the incident and have continued ever since, though they've become less frequent over the years. In these dreams, I'm back on that path, seeing that woman in the tree. But in the nightmares, she catches me, and I feel her entering my body. I become trapped in my own mind, able to think but unable to move or speak. I'm just a passenger while something else controls me. I wake from these nightmares completely paralyzed, fully conscious but unable to move a single muscle. This sleep paralysis can last anywhere from a few seconds to what feels like hours. The last major episode was in 2019, and I still remember every terrifying second of it. I'm 30 now, living in a city far from my village, with a job in IT and a modern apartment. I should have left all this behind. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I catch a glimpse of something white in my peripheral vision, or feel fingers running through my hair as I'm falling asleep, and I know deep down that whatever that thing was, it's still out there. And sometimes I think it's still looking for me. Story 4. I've been hesitating to share this for months now, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I'm not normally into paranormal stuff. I'm actually pretty skeptical about ghosts and all that. But what happened after my grandmother Fatima died has completely shaken my belief system, and I honestly don't know what to make of it. My grandmother passed away last October after a short battle with pneumonia. She was the matriarch of our family. This strong-willed, loving woman who held everyone together. When she died, it felt like the center of our universe had collapsed. Following our cultural traditions, we brought her body home from the hospital the day before the church service. We placed her in a coffin in her bedroom, dressed her in her favorite blue dress, the one she always wore to family celebrations, and even put her mobile phone next to her because she was always glued to that thing, even at 83. We left the door open for friends and extended family to come pay their respects. It was a somber day, obviously, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first. The weird stuff started around noon. I was in the kitchen helping my mum prepare food for the visitors when suddenly the lights went out, just like that. Complete darkness. My uncle went to check the breaker box in the basement and found that the main power switch had been flipped off. Nobody had been down there. We all looked at each other with confusion, but chalked it up to an electrical issue or something. But then it happened again about an hour later, and again after that. By the end of the day, we'd experienced 7 blackouts, 7. Each time the main switch was off. Each time nobody was anywhere near the basement. My dad, who's an electrician, couldn't figure it out. He even called a colleague to come check the wiring, but they found nothing wrong. I remember the goosebumps on my arms when my dad's friend said, "Maybe someone's trying to get your attention." He meant it as a joke, but nobody laughed. The power thing was weird enough, but what happened next made my blood run cold. I was sitting in the living room with my cousin Layla when my phone rang. I glanced at the screen and nearly dropped it. It showed my grandmother's name. Her phone was literally right next to her body upstairs. The call rang twice and then disconnected before I could answer. "What's wrong?" Layla asked, noticing my face. I showed her my phone screen with the missed call. "It's from Grandma's phone." She looked skeptical until her own phone buzzed with a call from the same number. It rang once and disconnected. Throughout the day, 5 different family members received calls from Grandma's phone. My mom was so freaked out, she went upstairs to check if someone was playing a cruel joke, but the phone was exactly where we'd left it, right beside Grandma in the coffin. She even picked it up to check the call history. Nothing there, no outgoing calls recorded. My aunt suggested we remove the battery, but my mum refused. "It was her favorite thing," she said. "Let her have it." In retrospect, maybe we should have taken that battery out. The funeral the next day was beautiful, but uneventful. We buried her at the cemetery overlooking the bay. She always loved the ocean. For a couple of days, things seemed to return to normal. Family members started heading home, and the house grew quieter. My cousin Marcus volunteered to stay at Grandma's house for a few more days to help sort through her belongings. My parents, my 5-year-old brother Amir, and I had been staying there too, but we'd gone out that afternoon to handle some paperwork at the bank regarding Grandma's accounts. What happened when we came back is something I still can't explain. Grandma's house had this old automatic gate at the end of the driveway. You could open it with a button inside the house or with a remote control, which we'd forgotten to take with us. As we approached the house in our car, still about 200 or 300 meters away, I noticed something strange. "Dad," I said, "the gate is opening." We all watched in silence as the heavy iron gate slowly swung open, as if someone knew we were coming. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. We hadn't called ahead. Nobody knew exactly when we'd be back. "Maybe Marcus saw us coming," my mom suggested, but her voice was shaky. When we pulled into the driveway, Marcus was just coming down the stairs, rubbing his eyes. He'd obviously just woken up from a nap. I tried to play it cool. "Thanks for opening the gate for us," I said casually. The look on his face is something I'll never forget. All the color drained away, and he just stood there staring at us. "I didn't open the gate," he finally said. "I was asleep upstairs." A heavy silence fell over the room. I felt my stomach tighten into a knot. "Then who opened it?" my dad asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Marcus sat down heavily on the bottom stair. "I had this dream just now," he said, running his hands through his hair. "Grandma was there. She was wearing that blue dress and standing right next to my bed. She leaned down and whispered, 'The family will be home soon. You keep resting. I'll open the gate for them.'" I felt a chill run through my entire body. We all just stared at each other, trying to process what we were hearing. Then my little brother Amir, who had been quietly playing with his toy car on the floor, looked up with a smile. "I saw Grandma at the gate," he said matter-of-factly. "She was waving at us from the car window. She was smiling." My mum gasped and grabbed my dad's arm. None of us had seen anything through the car windows. "She had her blue dress on," Amir continued, returning to his toy car, as if what he'd just said was the most normal thing in the world. I remember looking at my parents' faces, this mixture of terror and wonder that probably mirrored my own expression. My mom started crying silently, and my dad just kept shaking his head in disbelief. That night, none of us wanted to sleep alone. We all camped out in the living room with the lights on. I remember lying awake for hours, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. I kept checking my phone, half expecting to see Grandma's number pop up again. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off from sheer exhaustion. I woke up suddenly an hour later with this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. The living room was dimly lit by a small lamp, and everyone else was asleep. I scanned the room and nearly screamed when my eyes landed on the hallway entrance. There was a shadow there, darker than the darkness around it, roughly the height and shape of my grandmother. It didn't move or make any sound. It just existed. I couldn't make out any features, just this dense blackness that somehow felt like it was looking right at me. I wanted to wake someone up, but I was frozen in place. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. After what felt like forever but was probably just seconds, the shadow seemed to fade away into nothing. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, the grief playing tricks on my tired mind. But then I heard my brother Amir murmur in his sleep, "Bye-bye, Grandma." We stayed at the house for 3 more days, and small things kept happening. Objects would be moved from where we left them. The TV would turn on by itself to Grandma's favorite game show. The smell of her signature cardamom cookies would suddenly fill a room, then disappear just as quickly. On our last day there, I was packing up some of Grandma's photos in her bedroom. I'd been avoiding that room since we brought her body home, but I finally worked up the courage to go in. As I was carefully placing photos in a box, I found one I'd never seen before, a picture of Grandma standing by that iron gate, waving at the camera with a broad smile. She was wearing her blue dress. I flipped the photo over and my blood ran cold. Written in Grandma's handwriting were the words, "I'll always open the gate for you." The thing is, I don't remember anyone taking that photo. I asked my parents, my aunts, my uncles. Nobody remembered it either. And the truly inexplicable part? The photo was dated just 2 weeks before she died, but Grandma had been in the hospital for a month before she passed away. It's been 6 months now, and I still can't explain any of it. The calls from her phone, the gate opening by itself, Marcus's dream. What my brother saw, that shadow in the hallway, the photo I found. Part of me finds comfort in thinking that maybe Grandma really was watching over us, that her love was so strong it somehow transcended death itself. But another part of me still gets chills thinking about it, still checks the caller ID with dread whenever my phone rings at unusual hours. I haven't been back to Grandma's house since we finished clearing it out. I'm not sure I ever can go back. Some doors once opened can't be closed again, just like that gate that opened on its own when nobody was there to press the button. Story 5. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff or weird conspiracies. I'm pretty practical. I work in graphic design. I understand how technology works, and I've always been able to troubleshoot my own tech problems. But what happened to me last February in my parents' house in Riverdale has completely messed with my head, and I still don't have any rational explanation for it. I should mention that I'm not some tech junkie with a house full of gadgets. I only had 3 main devices: my desktop computer, which I needed for work, my phone, and a pair of Bluetooth headphones I'd splurged on. They weren't even that old, maybe 3 years at most, and I'd always taken good care of them. It started on a Tuesday morning in February. I woke up and grabbed my phone off the nightstand to check my messages, but it was completely dead, despite being plugged in all night. No big deal, right? Probably just a loose connection. I unplugged it, plugged it back in, but nothing happened. Tried a different outlet, different cable. Still nothing. The charging port just wasn't working anymore. I didn't think much of it at the time. Technology breaks. It happens. I took it to this local repair shop in Riverdale that afternoon. The guy there, Mike, took a look and told me the charging board was fried. He said he could replace it, but it would take a couple of days. Fine, whatever. I left it with him, and used my old backup phone for a few days. When I got my phone back that Friday, everything seemed normal again. The repair cost me $120, which was annoying, but at least my phone was working again. I remember feeling relieved that night, thinking the problem was solved. Then exactly 13 days later, and yes, I counted because it became relevant later, I was working on a design project with my Bluetooth headphones on. The audio in my right ear suddenly cut out. I thought maybe the battery had died in that earpiece, so I put both headphones back in their charging case. When I took them out a couple hours later, the left one powered on fine, but the right one was completely dead. The indicator light wouldn't even come on. I tried the usual fixes, resetting them, cleaning the contacts, letting them fully discharge and then recharge, but nothing worked. The right headphone was just dead. I took them back to the electronics store where I'd bought them, and the tech guy there examined them and just shrugged. "Something's fried inside," he said. "Can't fix it." These were $200 headphones that were barely 3 years old. That's when I started feeling uneasy. Two devices failing within 2 weeks of each other seemed like a weird coincidence, but I tried not to overthink it. Maybe I was just having a streak of bad luck. Then came the real nightmare. Exactly 14 days after my headphone died. Again, I know the exact timeline because I started keeping track of these incidents. I was getting ready for work. I plugged my phone in to charge overnight like I always do. When I woke up, it was dead. Again. The exact same problem as before. It wouldn't charge, wouldn't turn on, nothing. I literally felt sick to my stomach. How could the same exact issue happen again, just weeks after getting it repaired? I took it back to Mike at the repair shop, and he seemed genuinely confused. "This is the exact same problem," he said, examining it. "The charging board is fried again. This shouldn't happen, especially not so soon after replacing it." I asked him if maybe he'd installed a faulty part the first time, but he showed me that the board was completely different from the one he'd put in before. "This isn't normal wear and tear," he said. "It's like something surged through it." At this point, I was seriously freaked out. 3 electronic failures in less than a month. Something felt wrong. I asked my parents if they'd noticed anything strange with the house's electricity, but they hadn't had any problems with their devices. It was just mine. I decided to order a new phone online since I couldn't keep repairing the old one. While I waited for it to arrive, I borrowed my mom's old flip phone so I could at least make calls and send basic texts. I felt completely disconnected from the world, but I tried to focus on my work. Then came the final straw. It was a Thursday evening, exactly 16 days after my phone died the second time. I was working on a major design project for a client, something that required heavy graphic design software. My desktop was the only thing I had that could handle it. I'd been working for about 3 hours when suddenly my screen went black. At first, I thought maybe the monitor had gone to sleep or the cable had come loose. But I could still hear the audio from the YouTube video I'd been playing in the background. The computer was still running. I just couldn't see anything. I restarted it and everything came back on fine. Weird glitch, I thought, and went back to work. 20 minutes later, it happened again. Screen went completely black, but I could still hear everything running normally. I restarted again, and this time I checked all the connections, updated my graphics drivers, ran a diagnostic. Everything seemed fine. For the next 3 hours, my screen kept randomly going black while everything else continued working. It was maddening. I couldn't get any work done because I never knew when the display would just disappear. The only solution was to constantly restart the computer. By midnight, I was in tears from frustration. I had a deadline the next day, and I couldn't work. I tried calling a friend who knows computers, but he had no idea what could be causing it. Could be the graphics card, could be the monitor, could be the cables, he said. But I'd checked all those things, and none of them seemed to be the problem. I went to bed feeling utterly defeated. All of my technology, every single device I owned, had failed catastrophically within a single month. And not just minor issues, They were completely unusable. The next morning, I woke up to find my desktop computer screen was completely dead. Not just black, dead. No power light, nothing. I tried a different power cable, different outlet, nothing worked. It was as if something had completely fried it overnight. I sat on the edge of my bed and just stared at the wall. This couldn't be coincidence anymore. In less than 30 days, I'd lost my phone twice. One of my headphones, and now my computer. I felt like I was going crazy. I started researching online using my parents' laptop, looking for any explanation. Could it be power surges in the house? But why would they only affect my devices and not my parents? Could it be some kind of electromagnetic interference? But from what? I even found myself looking up paranormal explanations, which was completely out of character for me. I've never believed in ghosts or anything like that, but I was desperate for any explanation that made sense. That afternoon, I called an electrician to check the wiring in my room. He spent 2 hours testing everything and found absolutely nothing wrong. Your outlets are grounded properly. No unusual voltage fluctuations. Everything looks normal, he said. I asked him if he'd ever seen anything like this before. Multiple devices failing in such a short time span. He just shook his head. Bad luck, maybe. Or maybe you got a batch of defective devices, but that didn't make sense. My phone and computer and headphones were all different brands, purchased at different times from different stores. The likelihood of all of them being defective seemed astronomically low. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard weird electrical buzzing sounds. But whenever I sat up to listen, there was nothing there. I felt like I was being watched, like something in the house was targeting me specifically. The next day, I went to stay with my friend across town. I brought my parents' laptop with me to do some work. And guess what? It worked perfectly fine at her place. Not a single issue. When I got back home 3 days later, I plugged it in at my desk. And within an hour, the screen started flickering. I unplugged it immediately and returned it to my parents. I couldn't risk having another device destroyed. It's been 6 months since all this happened, and I still don't have an explanation. I eventually replaced all my devices, and strangely, the new ones have been working fine in the same room, same outlets, same everything. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, or if there was some rational explanation I'm missing. But the timing was too perfect, too precise. Each failure happened almost exactly 2 weeks after the previous one. It felt calculated, intentional. I've tried to move on, but I still get anxious every time one of my devices acts even slightly unusual. I keep expecting everything to fail again. The worst part is not knowing why it happened. Was it just an incredible streak of bad luck, or was it something else, something I can't explain? Whatever it was, it changed the way I think about technology. We depend on these devices so completely. And when they all fail at once, it's like losing your connection to the world. That feeling of helplessness, of being completely cut off. It was terrifying in a way I never expected. I still live in the same room, use the same outlets, but I'm constantly waiting for it to happen again. And honestly, I don't think I'll ever feel completely comfortable with technology again. Adesso, Story 6. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day. My husband and I bought our house back in 2015. This charming place, built in 1929 in a quiet suburban neighborhood outside of Boston. We fell in love with all the original woodwork, the built-ins, and that beautiful backyard. Our American black lab, Zeus, absolutely loved it too. 120 pounds of pure joy racing around that fenced-in yard. We'd been living there about 3 years when the weird stuff started happening. At first, it was just me noticing things. Little movements in my peripheral vision, shadows that shouldn't be there, that feeling of something watching me. I'd be cooking dinner and swear I saw something dark move past the doorway, but when I'd look, there was nothing. "It's just Zeus," my husband Mark would say when I mentioned it. Big black dog moving around the house. Of course you're seeing shadows. And honestly, that made perfect sense. Zeus was massive and had this habit of silently appearing beside you when you least expected it, but something felt different about these shadows. They were smaller, quicker. Zeus moved with this lumbering confidence. These movements were almost timid. I started paying more attention, trying to track Zeus's location when I'd see these things. Several times I confirmed he was sound asleep on his bed in the living room when I'd see something dart past the kitchen doorway. Mark thought I was being ridiculous. He's always been the practical one between us, completely skeptical of anything paranormal. There's always a logical explanation, he'd say whenever I brought it up. Old houses settle. Lights from cars passing by cast weird shadows. Your mind plays tricks on you when you're tired. I started to wonder if maybe he was right. Maybe I was just being jumpy or my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake this feeling that there was some kind of energy in the house. Not scary or threatening, just present, like we weren't alone. Then came that first clear sighting, about 4 months after the shadow movements began. It was a Tuesday afternoon in July, and I was heading down to our finished basement to start some laundry. We had this laundry room down there, nothing fancy, just a small space with the washer, dryer, and some shelves for detergent and stuff. The room had these old foggy glass block windows near the ceiling that let in a bit of natural light. But they faced our backyard, which was surrounded by an 8-foot wooden fence, so no car headlights or neighbors' lights could shine through. I was carrying a basket of dirty clothes down the stairs when I saw it, clear as day. A small black shadow, shaped exactly like a dog but maybe half the size of Zeus, walked right into the laundry room. Not ran, not darted, walked deliberately. It wasn't just a flicker in my peripheral vision this time. I was looking straight at it. I froze on the stairs, my heart racing. Zeus was upstairs. I'd just stepped over him napping in the hallway. I set the basket down and slowly approached the laundry room, flipping on the light dot, empty dot. Just the machines humming away and the shelves of laundry supplies. I checked every corner, even looked behind the dryer. Nothing. When I told Mark about it that evening, he just shrugged. Probably just a weird shadow from something outside. Or maybe Zeus followed you down without you noticing and then went back upstairs. Mark, I know what I saw. It wasn't Zeus. It was smaller and it moved differently. And I know Zeus was upstairs the whole time. He gave me that look. The one that says he thinks I'm overreacting but doesn't want to argue. Honey, there's no such thing as ghost dogs. Old houses just have weird shadows sometimes. I dropped it, but I knew what I'd seen. And over the next few weeks, I saw it several more times. Always in the basement, always heading into that laundry room. Never threatening, never doing anything scary, just existing. Moving through our space like it had every right to be there. Mark remained stubbornly skeptical, explaining away every instance I mentioned. That is, until he saw it himself. It happened on a Saturday morning in September, about 3 weeks after my clear sighting. We were getting ready to go shopping. We needed to pick up some things for the house and groceries for the week. Mark was downstairs finishing something on the computer in the basement while I was upstairs gathering the last of the laundry. "Can you put Zeus in his crate before we go?" Mark called up to me. "Already did," I shouted back, and it was true. I'd just put Zeus in his large crate in the corner of the basement, not far from where Mark was sitting at the computer desk. The crate was positioned just behind and to the right of the desk. I came downstairs with the laundry basket, planning to quickly throw in a load before we left. The basement was dimly lit, just the light from Mark's computer screen and the hallway light spilling down from upstairs. The laundry room door was open, but the light inside was off. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard Mark say, "Zeus, get back here!" His voice was annoyed, like he was irritated that Zeus was wandering around instead of being in his crate. I paused, confused. "What are you talking about?" "Zeus is in his crate." Mark didn't turn around from his computer. No, he just walked into the laundry room. "Zeus, come here, boy." His voice got louder, more frustrated. A chill ran down my spine. "Mark, I said slowly. "Turn around and look at the crate." He swiveled in his chair, annoyed at being interrupted from his work, and then his face went completely blank. There was Zeus, securely locked in his crate, looking curiously at Mark, as if wondering why he was being called. Mark's face drained of color. "But I just saw... I thought..." He pointed toward the laundry room. "I saw a black dog walk in there. I assumed you let Zeus out." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "What exactly did you see?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "A black shadow, dog-shaped, smaller than Zeus. It walked right into the laundry room." He was staring at the laundry room doorway now, his eyes wide. I saw it clear as day. It wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light. It moved like an animal. I set the laundry basket down on the floor. "That's exactly what I've been seeing for months, Mark. That's what I've been trying to tell you." He got up slowly from his chair and walked over to the laundry room, flipping on the light. Just like all the times I'd checked, there was nothing there. No dog, no animal of any kind. No explanation for what we'd both seen. "This is impossible," he muttered, checking behind the machines, even looking up at the small glass block windows, as if expecting to find some reasonable explanation there. There has to be some kind of explanation, but there wasn't. We both knew what we'd seen, and for the first time in our 8 years together, Mark couldn't dismiss my paranormal nonsense with a logical explanation. We stood there in silence for a long moment, neither of us knowing what to say. Zeus whined softly from his crate, sensing our discomfort. "Do you think..." Mark started, then stopped, as if he couldn't believe he was about to suggest what he was thinking. "Do you think this house is haunted?" I shrugged, strangely calm now that he'd finally seen what I had. "I don't think it's dangerous. Whatever it is, it's been here for months and hasn't done anything threatening. It's just... here." We did some research on the house after that. Learned that the original owners had a small black dog that they loved dearly. There were even old photographs from the 1940s showing a family standing proudly in front of our house with a little black terrier-type dog sitting at their feet. We couldn't find any record of anything tragic happening to the dog, but maybe it just loved its home so much it decided to stay. The strange thing is, after that day when Mark saw it, the sightings became less frequent. We'd still occasionally catch glimpses of that small shadow moving through the house, always heading toward that laundry room. But it was as if once we both acknowledged its existence, it didn't need to make itself known as often. We had our first child in that house the following year, and I'll admit, I was a bit worried about having a baby in a place with whatever this was. But nothing bad ever happened. Sometimes I'd be rocking our daughter to sleep in the nursery and catch a glimpse of that small shadow passing by the doorway, almost like it was checking on us. Zeus never seemed bothered by it either. He'd occasionally look up and stare at empty spaces, his ears perked forward as if listening to something we couldn't hear, but he never growled or seemed afraid. We moved out of that house 2 years ago, and sometimes I wonder if the shadow dog is still there, still making its rounds, still heading to that laundry room for whatever reason. I wonder if the new owners have seen it, if they've felt that presence that we lived with for so long. I still can't explain what happened that day when both Mark and I saw the same impossible thing. All I know is that sometimes the world is stranger than we want to admit. And sometimes the things we can't explain aren't meant to be feared. They're just there, existing alongside us in ways we don't understand. And to this day, whenever Mark tries to dismiss someone else's supernatural experience, I just smile and say 2 words: shadow dog. That's all it takes to remind him that not everything in this world has a rational explanation. Story. I've had this presence in my life for as long as I can remember. I'm 25 now, but it started when I was just a little kid, maybe 5 or so. I don't know what to call it. A haunting? A curse? A figment of my imagination gone wild? Whatever it is, it's followed me through every stage of my life, morphing and evolving as I've grown older, but never leaving, never giving me peace. It always starts with the house. The house changes on the outside. Sometimes it looks like my childhood home, sometimes my college dorm, sometimes places I've only visited once. But inside it's always the same layout. I could draw you a floor plan with my eyes closed, especially the basement. God, that basement. The narrow stairs leading down, the way the temperature drops with each step, the single bulb hanging from the ceiling that never quite illuminates the corners. I know every inch of that place, even though I've never physically been there. And then there's her, the old woman. I've never actually seen her face, not completely, just glimpses, a shadow moving just outside my field of vision. The sound of labored breathing, the tap of her cane on hardwood floors, the feeling of being watched, always watched. She's there, lurking, waiting. When I was little, the dreams were like twisted games of hide and seek. I'd be running through the house, desperately searching for a place to hide because I somehow knew, with that weird, absolute certainty you only have in dreams, that if she found me, something terrible would happen. I remember one dream when I was about 7 that still makes me feel sick when I think about it. I was hiding in what I thought was a safe spot, a closet in an upstairs bedroom. I closed the door, huddled in the back corner behind some hanging clothes, holding my breath. Then I felt it, fingers cold and bony, brushing against the back of my neck. I turned, and there she was, already in the closet with me, waiting. I woke up screaming so loudly my parents came running. During my teenage years, the dreams changed. They became more like episodes of sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in my bed, unable to move, completely frozen, and I'd hear her voice, this gravelly whisper right in my ear. "You're still asleep, Lily. You never woke up. You're still in the house with me." Sometimes I'd struggle and manage to wake up again, only to hear that same whisper, "Still asleep." It would happen 3 or 4 times before I actually woke up for real, drenched in sweat, afraid to close my eyes again. My mom got really worried about me during those years. I wasn't sleeping well, was constantly tired and jumpy. She took me to doctors, had me try meditation, even dragged me to a sleep specialist once. Nothing helped. I never told them the full extent of what I was experiencing. How do you explain to a doctor that an old woman you've never met has been haunting your dreams for over a decade? Now that I'm an adult, the dreams have changed again. Now she hunts me. There's no pretense of games anymore. In these dreams, I'm back in that house, and I just know she's somewhere inside, searching for me. I can hear her moving from room to room, that distinctive shuffling gait, the tap of her cane, sometimes a low humming sound she makes. I'm always trying to escape, but the house plays tricks on me. Doors that should lead outside just open into more rooms, windows that won't break no matter how hard I hit them. Sometimes she brings friends, not people exactly. Just last month I had a dream where I was hiding under a bed in the house, and I saw these pale, bloated things crawling across the floor. Maggots, but the size of my finger. They were coming from somewhere behind me, and I just knew, that if I turned around she'd be there, her body crawling with them. I forced myself awake before I could look, but I couldn't eat for almost 2 days afterward. The dreams aren't the worst part, though. The worst part is how they linger. I'll be at work in the middle of a meeting and suddenly remember the feeling of those cold fingers on my neck. Or I'll be out with friends having a perfectly normal dinner when I'll hear what sounds like a cane tapping on the restaurant floor, and my whole body will go cold. The line between my dreams and reality has started to blur, and that scares me more than anything. About a year ago, things got even more complicated. I was visiting my parents, and my mom and I were looking through old photo albums. We got to some pictures from when I was a baby, and Mom got this strange look on her face. She set the album down and asked if I remembered my nighttime visitor from when I was little. I had no idea what she was talking about, so she explained. Apparently, when I was just a few months old, she went to check on me one night and saw something that made her freeze in the doorway. There was a figure standing over my crib, an elderly woman hunched over, looking down at me. Mom said she couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch. After what felt like forever, the woman slowly turned toward the doorway, but before Mom could see her face clearly, she just vanished, like she'd never been there at all. Mom said she convinced herself it was just exhaustion, the stress of being a new parent playing tricks on her mind. She never told anyone, not even my dad. But after hearing about my recurring nightmares over the years, she started to wonder if maybe what she saw was real. That revelation opened a floodgate of memories about our old house, things I'd either forgotten or had convinced myself weren't real. Like the whispering I used to hear outside my bedroom at night, voices too quiet to make out words, but definitely there. Or the time I saw a man's reflection in the bathroom mirror when I was home alone. Or how the cushions on our couch would sometimes have indentations, like someone had been sitting there when no one had been in the room. The worst memory, the one that still makes my skin crawl, happened when I was 9. My parents had run to the store, leaving me alone for maybe 20 minutes. I was in the kitchen getting a snack when I noticed something moving behind the island. I froze, watching as this figure slowly rose up. It was dark, almost like a shadow, but three-dimensional. It didn't have clearly defined features, but I could feel it looking at me. I ran outside and locked myself in my dad's car, watching the house through the windows. That thing, whatever it was, paced back and forth in front of the kitchen window for several minutes before disappearing. When my parents got home, they found me still in the car, too terrified to go back inside. They thought I'd just spooked myself by watching a scary movie or something. After comparing all these experiences with my mum, I've become convinced that whatever this thing is, it's not just in my head. Something has attached itself to me, followed me from childhood into adulthood, from house to house, from dreams into reality. And I don't know what it wants or why it chose me. Last week's dream was the worst yet. I was in the house again, but this time I wasn't alone. My boyfriend was with me, though in that strange dream logic, I also knew he wasn't really my boyfriend, but some kind of copy or doppelganger. We were moving through the house together, trying to find a way out, when we heard the tapping of her cane coming up the basement stairs. My boyfriend, or whatever was pretending to be him, suddenly grabbed my arm and said, "She's been waiting for you to bring someone." His voice changed as he spoke, becoming higher, raspier, more like hers. Then he started to change physically too, his face aging rapidly, skin wrinkling and sagging, hair thinning and turning white. I pulled away and ran, hearing him call after me in her voice, "You can't leave the house without permission, Lily. You know the rules." I found myself in a room I'd never seen before, even though I thought I knew every inch of that dream house. It was small, with faded wallpaper and a single window. There was a mirror on one wall, and when I looked into it, I saw my reflection, but older, much older. My face lined and spotted with age, my hair white, and standing behind me in the reflection was the old woman, finally clear enough to see. She looked like me, an older version of me, but with something wrong in her eyes, something hungry and patient. She reached out in the mirror and put her hand on my reflection's shoulder. "Soon," she said, her mouth moving in sync with my reflections. "Soon we'll be together properly." I woke up screaming, my throat raw, tears streaming down my face. My boyfriend, my real boyfriend, had to hold me for hours before I could even speak. I couldn't tell him what I'd seen. How do you tell someone you're afraid you might be haunting yourself? I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried everything. Therapy, sleep medications, even consulting with a medium once, which was probably a waste of money. Nothing helps. The dreams keep coming, And that house keeps waiting for me every time I close my eyes. That old woman keeps hunting me, getting closer each time. Sometimes I wonder if she's waiting for me to reach a certain age. If one day I'll look in the mirror and see her looking back at me, and that will be it, the moment she finally catches me for good. Other times I think maybe I'm already caught, have been since I was a baby, and everything since then has just been her playing with her food before she finally decides to consume me completely. All I know for sure is that tonight, like every night, I'll go to sleep, and that house will be waiting for me, and somewhere inside, so will she. Story 8. I still get chills when I think about what happened that night at Sophia's house. It's been 3 years, and I've never told this story outside of her family. I don't even know if writing this will help me process it, but I need to get it out. I'd been dating Sophia for about 8 months when her mum finally allowed me to stay overnight at their house in Riverdale. Not in Sophia's room, of course. Her mum was pretty traditional about that stuff. I was given blankets and a pillow for the living room couch. It wasn't ideal, but I was just happy to be there. There was always something different about that house. Not bad or creepy, just significant, like the walls held more stories than most. Sophia had told me about her family history early in our relationship, how her biological father had been murdered years before she was born, and how her mother had remarried when Sophia was 4. What always stuck with me was the story about Sophia's great-grandmother. Apparently, when Sophia was born, the old woman had taken one look at the baby and whispered, "I can't believe he's back so soon." The family believed she was referring to Sophia's deceased father, either that his spirit was watching over her, or that she was somehow his reincarnation. I didn't know what to make of that, but Sophia's family took it seriously. That night, I settled onto the couch around 11:30. The house was quiet except for the occasional creaking of the old wooden floors. The living room connected to the kitchen through an archway, and from where I lay, I could see the refrigerator humming in the darkness. Sophia had gone upstairs to her room about an hour earlier, after we'd spent the evening watching movies with her mom and younger brother. I remember drifting off quickly, feeling comfortable despite the unfamiliar surroundings. But what happened next? I've questioned it a million times, trying to convince myself it was just a vivid dream. In this dream, if that's what it was, I wasn't in my body anymore. I was floating near the ceiling, looking down at the entire living room. I could see myself sleeping on the couch, my chest rising and falling slowly. It was so real, so detailed. The family photos on the walls, the stack of magazines on the coffee table, even the small crack in the ceiling that I'd never noticed before. Then I heard knocking at the front door. From my vantage point near the ceiling, I watched as Sophia and her mom came downstairs to answer it. Standing on the porch was a young white guy, maybe 18 or 19, with sandy blonde hair and a friendly smile. This detail has always stuck with me because I'm black, and in the dream I immediately felt this wave of, I don't know, territorial anger. Like, who is this white boy coming into my girlfriend's house? Sophia and her mom welcomed him warmly. He had bags with him, like he was moving in or something. They helped him bring his stuff inside, talking and laughing like they'd known him forever. I couldn't make out the exact words, but the tone was clear. This guy was being welcomed as part of the family. They all moved into the living room, right below where I was hovering, and sat around the coffee table eating snacks and talking. The whole time, I felt this mounting anger. Not just jealousy, but something deeper, more protective. This guy seemed fake to me. I could sense something off about him, something dishonest in the way he laughed too loudly at their jokes and touched Sophia's arm while talking, but they couldn't see it. They were completely charmed. The dream started speeding up, like time was passing in fast forward. I remained fixed in the same position near the ceiling, but I watched as days seemed to go by. The white teenager was becoming integrated into their lives, eating meals with them, watching TV, even helping Sophia's little brother with homework. With each passing moment, my anger intensified. I kept thinking, He's a fraud. He's going to hurt them. I couldn't move or speak, just watch helplessly as this stranger became part of what felt like my family. Then suddenly everything slowed down again. It was nighttime, and the house was dark. I was still in the same position, but now I found myself looking directly down at the couch, the exact spot where my physical body was supposed to be sleeping. But I wasn't there anymore. Instead, the white teenager was lying on the couch, scrolling through his phone, looking completely at home. Something snapped inside me. The rage I'd been feeling boiled over into something primal. I felt myself growling, not like a human, but like something else, something protective and ancient. I began to descend from the ceiling, floating down toward him. I could feel my face contorting with anger, though I couldn't see myself. The boy must have sensed something because he looked up. Our eyes locked, and I saw pure terror flash across his face. He saw me, whatever I was in that moment. I opened my mouth and yelled with everything I had, trying to communicate that he wasn't welcome here, that he needed to leave, that I saw through his act. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. Or maybe it was me who couldn't scream, because the next thing I knew I was jerking awake on the couch, my throat tight, a pathetic whimper escaping instead of the roar I thought I was releasing. I was drenched in sweat, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The worst part wasn't the dream itself, but the feeling that came with waking up. I felt completely hopeless and afraid, like I'd failed at something crucial. The living room was exactly as it had been when I fell asleep. Quiet, dark, normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened, something real. I checked my phone, 3:26 in the morning. I got up and went to the kitchen for water, my legs shaking so badly I nearly fell. As I stood there in the dark kitchen, gulping down water, I glanced back at the couch, and for a split second, I swear, I saw a shadow hovering above it. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat up on the couch, scrolling through my phone until the sun came up, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare. When Sophia came downstairs around 7, she immediately noticed something was wrong. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. I almost laughed at how accurate that was. I told her I'd had a bad dream, but didn't go into details. How could I explain that I'd dreamed about being some kind of protective spirit watching over her family, that I'd felt such intense rage towards some random white guy I'd never even met? It sounded crazy, even to me. Later that day, before I left, Sophia's mom asked me if I'd slept well. There was something in her expression, a knowingness, that made me wonder if the house had a history of affecting people this way. I just said the couch was comfortable and left it at that. I didn't tell Sophia about the dream until weeks later. When I finally described it to her, she got really quiet. Then she told me something that made my blood run cold. Her stepfather, the man her mother married after her biological father's death, was a white guy with sandy blonde hair. He'd lived with them for several years before leaving when Sophia was 10. Apparently, he'd been emotionally abusive to her mother and had made Sophia deeply uncomfortable, though she'd never told anyone until he was gone. "It's weird," she said, "but the way you describe that guy in your dream, it sounds exactly like him." I'd never seen a picture of her stepfather. She didn't keep photos of him, and he was never mentioned during my visits. About a year after my experience, Sophia's 13-year-old brother came downstairs one morning looking pale and shaken. He told us he'd had a strange dream about a naked child dancing in a dead cornfield with a black dragon behind him. In the dream, he'd been waiting for an angel to come save the child, but none appeared. The most disturbing part came when he left for school that morning and looked out his bedroom window. He swears he saw a large black figure with a long red tongue standing in their yard, watching the house. I got goosebumps when he told us this. The elements were different, but there was something similar about our experiences. This sense of witnessing something supernatural, something protective. Sophia's family has always believed that her father's spirit watches over her. After what happened, I'm inclined to believe it too. I think what I experienced that night was some kind of warning. Her father's spirit showing me what happens to people who enter their home with bad intentions. Maybe he was testing me, seeing if I could recognize the threat that her stepfather had posed. Maybe he was showing me that he's still there, still protecting his daughter even after death. I've stayed overnight at their house many times since then. I've never had another experience like that one, but sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep on that same couch, I get the distinct feeling that I'm being watched from above. Not in a threatening way, but in an evaluating one. Like someone is making sure my intentions remain pure. I don't know if anyone will believe this. I barely believe it myself some days. But I know what I felt that night wasn't a normal dream. It was too real, too specific, too emotional. And the connection to Sophia's stepfather, a man I knew nothing about, is too precise to be coincidence. Whatever or whoever was in that house that night, I got the message loud and clear. Sophia is protected, and I better never give her guardian any reason to appear to me again. Story 9. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this. It's been 3 months since it happened, but I can't stop thinking about it. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I moved to Rosewood about a year ago after losing my job in the city. My cousin Maria offered me a place to stay while I got back on my feet. She lives with her husband Roberto and their 7-year-old son Miguel in this old 2-story house that's been in Roberto's family for generations. The town is tiny, the kind where everyone knows everyone else's business, and it sits right at the edge of these dense woods that locals call the Shadows. I always thought that was a bit dramatic until what happened. Things were normal at first. I slept in the guest room downstairs while the family had their bedrooms upstairs. I'd help around the house, cook sometimes, and look after Miguel when both parents were working. He's a bright kid, always asking questions, drawing these incredible detailed pictures and making up stories. We got along great. About 2 months after I moved in, Miguel started sleepwalking. The first time it happened, I was up late watching TV when I heard footsteps on the stairs. I turned around, and there was Miguel, eyes open but clearly not seeing anything. I gently guided him back upstairs and tucked him in. When I told Maria and Roberto the next morning, they weren't too concerned. Roberto had sleepwalked as a child too, and they figured Miguel would grow out of it. But it kept happening, and it started getting weird. Instead of random wandering, Miguel would always try to go to the same spot, this old closet under the stairs that we mainly used for storage, and he wasn't peaceful about it either. Sometimes he'd be crying softly, other times he'd have this terrified expression on his face, but he always headed straight for that closet. One night in April, I remember it was a Wednesday because I had a job interview the next morning. I was having trouble sleeping. The wind was howling outside, making the old house creak and groan. Around 2 in the morning, I finally dozed off, only to have what I can only describe as the most vivid nightmare of my life. In the dream, I woke up to the sound of Miguel's bedroom door opening upstairs. I could hear his little feet padding across the hallway. In the dream, I got up and went to the bottom of the stairs. I saw Miguel at the top, standing perfectly still, his eyes wide open but empty. Then, in this hollow voice that didn't sound like him at all, he said, "I have to go." He started coming down the stairs, one slow step at a time. I tried to call out to him, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but I was frozen in place. As Miguel reached the bottom of the stairs, he turned towards the closet door. That's when I glanced at the closet and saw something. The door was partially open, and peering through the crack was the most horrifying face I've ever seen. It was an old man, but not any normal old man. His skin was grey and sunken, stretched tight over his skull. His eyes were these deep black pits, and his body was impossibly thin, like someone who'd been starving for years. But the worst part was his mouth. It was too wide, stretching across his face in an unnatural way, and he kept whispering, "Come here, come here, come here." I tried to scream, tried to grab Miguel, but I couldn't move. The old man's bony hand reached out from the darkness of the closet, and Miguel walked toward it like he was in a trance. Just as the thing's fingers were about to touch Miguel's arm, I jerked awake. I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I sat up, telling myself it was just a nightmare. But then I heard it, footsteps upstairs, followed by Miguel's bedroom door opening. My blood ran cold. I jumped out of bed and ran to the stairs. There was Miguel, just like in my dream, standing at the top of the staircase. His eyes were open but unseeing, and he started walking down, one step at a time. I rushed up to him, whispering his name, not wanting to startle him awake. I'd read somewhere that it can be dangerous to wake sleepwalkers suddenly. But he didn't respond, just kept walking down with this fixed expression. When he reached the bottom, he turned toward that damn closet under the stairs. Something made me look at the closet door. It was closed, just like I'd left it when I went to bed. But as Miguel took a step toward it, I swear to God, the doorknob turned slightly, just a fraction of an inch. But I saw it. I didn't think, just reacted. I scooped Miguel up in my arms and backed away from the closet. He started struggling against me, crying and reaching for the door. "I have to go," he kept saying, exactly like in my dream. "He's waiting for me. I have to go." I carried him upstairs, my heart hammering in my chest. He fought the whole way, which was so unlike him. Miguel was always such a gentle kid. I took him to his parents' room and woke them up. Miguel was still trying to get away, still crying about needing to go to the old man. We managed to calm him down eventually, and he fell back asleep between Maria and Roberto. I told them what happened, leaving out the part about my dream and the doorknob turning. That sounded too crazy, even to me. I just said Miguel had been sleepwalking toward the closet and seemed upset. The next morning, Miguel didn't remember anything. When Maria carefully asked if he had dreamed about an old man, he just looked confused. But later, when he was coloring at the kitchen table, I noticed what he was drawing. A stick figure of a small boy standing in front of a tall, thin, black figure with an impossibly wide mouth. My stomach dropped. I showed Maria the drawing when Miguel went to the bathroom. She turned pale and called Roberto immediately. He came home early from work, and they had a long, whispered conversation in their bedroom. When they came out, Roberto told me they were taking Miguel to see someone. "Like a sleep specialist?" I asked. Roberto and Maria exchanged looks. "Not exactly," Maria said. "There's a woman on the edge of town, Doña Luz. She helps with problems like this." I realized they were talking about the local curandera, what some people might call a witch doctor or healer. I'd heard about her from the neighbors. Some people swore by her remedies for everything from arthritis to bad luck, while others crossed themselves whenever her name was mentioned. Under normal circumstances, I might have thought they were overreacting, but after what I'd seen, both in my nightmare and in real life, I wasn't about to argue. Something was very wrong with this situation, and if they thought Doña Luz could help, I was all for it. They took Miguel to see her that evening. I stayed home, partly because they didn't invite me, and partly because I was honestly terrified of going anywhere near that closet alone. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, watching mindless TV and jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. They returned around 9. Miguel was fast asleep in Roberto's arms, clutching a small fabric pouch that smelled strongly of herbs. Maria looked exhausted but relieved. "What did she say?" I asked as Roberto carried Miguel upstairs. Maria sank onto the couch beside me. She said, She hesitated, then continued in a lower voice. She said something had attached itself to Miguel, something old and hungry that feeds on children's spirits. A chill ran down my spine, as I remembered that gaunt face, those black pit eyes. She gave us that pouch to put under his pillow, Maria continued, and she cleansed him with smoke and prayers. She said we need to keep all the closets closed at night, especially the one under the stairs, and she's coming tomorrow to bless the house. True to her word, Doña Luz arrived the next day. She was a tiny woman, barely 5 feet tall, with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun and skin like weathered leather. But her eyes were sharp and alert, missing nothing. She went through the house room by room, burning bundles of herbs and murmuring prayers. When she came to the closet under the stairs, she stopped. Without opening it, she pressed her palm against the door and closed her eyes. After a moment, she jerked her hand back as if burned. "This is where it tries to come through," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "This house stands on old ground. There are thin places here where things can slip through from the other side." She took out a small bottle of what looked like oil and drew symbols on the doorframe, then sprinkled what she called blessed water along the threshold. Finally, she hung a small charm, a bundle of dried flowers and twigs tied with red thread, above the door. "Keep this door closed," she told us firmly, "and the boy must never open it, especially at night." Before she left, she took me aside. "You saw it," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, a lump in my throat. "It knows you saw it," she continued. "Be careful. Such things do not like witnesses." That night I barely slept, expecting to hear Miguel's footsteps or feel some presence in my room. But the night passed peacefully, as did the next and the next after that. Miguel stopped sleepwalking completely. When we asked if he was having any dreams about the old man, he just shook his head. "It's been 3 months now." Miguel hasn't sleepwalked once since Doña Luz's visit. The charm still hangs above the closet door, though it's dried out completely now. Maria says we need to get a new one, but part of me is afraid to remove it, even to replace it. Sometimes at night, I still think I hear something scratching softly from inside that closet. And twice now, I've dreamed of that face again, those hollow eyes, that stretched wide mouth whispering, "Come here." But it's no longer looking at Miguel. It's looking at me. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't had that warning dream, if I hadn't been there to stop Miguel from reaching that closet. I don't know what was waiting on the other side of that door. And honestly, I don't want to know. But I'm certain of one thing. There are things in this world that we don't understand, hungry things that target the innocent and vulnerable. And sometimes the line between them and us is terrifyingly thin. I still sleep with the lights on. Story 10. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I was raised in a pretty logical household where everything had a rational explanation. That changed 6 months ago, and I'm still trying to process what happened. What's still happening, actually. My partner Oliver and I have been living in our suburban home for just over 2 years. Nothing special about it. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, cookie-cutter layout in a development from the early 90s. There were no creepy stories from previous owners, no tragic history that we know of. Just a normal house in a quiet neighborhood where people walk their dogs and kids ride bikes. The first incident was so subtle, I almost didn't notice it. Our front door has one of those motion sensor lights that turns on when someone approaches. One night in January, I got up to use the bathroom around 3:40 in the morning and noticed a faint glow coming through our front window blinds. The sensor light was on. I peeked through the blinds expecting to see a cat or maybe a raccoon, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing. I remember thinking it was weird because that light has never been overly sensitive. You have to actually walk right up to the door area for it to trigger. I went back to bed and forgot about it until the next night when I woke up at, I kid you not, exactly 3:38 according to my phone. The light was on again. I nudged Oliver, who mumbled something and rolled over. This time I actually went to the front door and looked outside. Nothing. No wind, no animals, not even a blowing leaf. I reset the light by flipping the switch inside and went back to bed. The third night is when I started feeling uneasy. I woke up without knowing why, checked my phone, 3:38 again, and the front light was on. This pattern continued for a week straight, always 3:38, never 3:37 or 3:39. The precision was what freaked me out more than anything. Oliver finally started paying attention when I showed him our security camera footage. The light would just switch on with absolutely nothing triggering it. We even had an electrician come check it out, thinking maybe there was a short in the system. He found nothing wrong and suggested maybe we had ghost mice in the walls, then laughed at his own joke. I didn't find it funny. About 3 weeks after the light incidents began, things escalated. I was sleeping on my side, facing away from Oliver, when I felt something stroking my hair. Not like a gentle caress, but deliberate strokes from the crown of my head down to my neck. At first I thought it was Oliver, but the touch felt wrong, too cold, too methodical. I shot up shouting, which scared the hell out of Oliver, who had been sound asleep with his back to me. There was absolutely no way he could have been touching my hair. We slept with the lights on that night. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just sleep paralysis or a vivid dream, but I know what I felt. Someone was touching me. That same night, around, you guessed it, 3:38, Oliver jolted awake. He described feeling a cold hand slap the bottom of his foot, then drag up his calf. He was so freaked out, he actually checked under the bed with his phone flashlight. We barely slept after that. The next few weeks brought a whole parade of weird shit. Almost every night, precisely at 3:38, I'd feel this cold blast of air directly on my face. Not like the AC kicking on. This was targeted, like someone deliberately blowing on me. Sometimes it would happen several times in a row. I started sleeping with the covers pulled up over my head, despite the fact that it was getting warmer outside. Then came the noises. Tapping at first. Light, rhythmic tapping that seemed to move around the room. It would start at our bedroom window, then move to the closet door, then to the hallway outside. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. This would continue until around 4:30, then stop abruptly. After a few nights of tapping, it evolved into scratching, like fingernails dragging slowly across different surfaces. The wall behind our bed, the wooden floor in the hallway, the bathroom door. During the day, everything seemed normal. We'd go to work, come home, make dinner, watch TV, typical couple stuff. But there was this underlying tension, this unspoken dread of what would happen when we turned off the lights. I started developing insomnia, terrified of falling asleep only to be woken up at 3:38. About 2 months in, we started hearing laughter. Not loud cackling or anything dramatic, just quiet, breathy chuckles that seemed to come from empty corners of rooms. The first time it happened, we were both in the kitchen making dinner. A soft laugh, definitely female, came from the living room. We both froze. Oliver went to check, but of course there was nothing there. The worst part was the constant feeling of being watched. I'd be showering and suddenly get goosebumps despite the hot water. I'd be working at my desk and feel eyes boring into the back of my head. Sometimes I'd spin around quickly, hoping to catch whatever it was, but there was never anything visible, just that heavy, oppressive feeling of not being alone. Oliver and I started handling it very differently. I'm not religious or anything, but I found myself looking up protection rituals online, sage burning, crystals, that kind of stuff. I tried to approach whatever was happening with an open mind. Maybe if I wasn't afraid, it wouldn't have power over me. I started this practice of visualizing myself surrounded by white light and trying to project love toward whatever presence was in our house. It sounds ridiculous now as I type it out, but I was desperate. Oliver went the opposite direction. He got angry. He'd shout into empty rooms, "Leave us the fuck alone," or "This is our house." I kept telling him that antagonizing whatever was happening was probably not the best approach, but he was beyond reasoning. He's always been the type to confront problems head on, and not being able to physically fight this thing was driving him crazy. What's really strange is that it seemed like our different approaches affected how the entity, or whatever it was, interacted with each of us. With me, the phenomena remained relatively mild. The cold air, occasional tapping, that constant watched feeling. But with Oliver, things got more aggressive. He'd find scratches on his back in the morning that he couldn't explain. His keys would disappear and then turn up in weird places like inside his shoes or in the refrigerator. His phone would ring with unknown caller, and when he answered, there would just be that same soft female laughter before the call disconnected. One night in March, things came to a head. We'd gone to bed around 11, both exhausted from weeks of disrupted sleep. I woke up suddenly, already knowing what time it would be before I checked my phone. 3:38. The room felt different. Heavier somehow, like the air had thickened. I could hear Oliver breathing beside me, still asleep. Then I felt it, fingers intertwining with mine. Not Oliver's hand. He was on my left and this sensation was on my right side. Cold fingers slipping between mine, squeezing gently. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Just lay there as whatever it was held my hand. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only seconds, I managed to whisper, "Please stop." The hand released mine immediately. Then I heard it, that soft laugh right beside my ear, so close I could feel breath. Then Oliver screamed. I turned to see him sitting bolt upright, clutching his chest. Something just sat on me, he gasped, like a full weight, pressing down. We didn't sleep in that house again. We packed overnight bags and went to a hotel. The next day, we started looking for a new place to live. Here's the thing. We moved out 2 months ago into an apartment across town. No more 3:38 wake-ups, no more laughing or tapping or scratching, but sometimes when I'm alone, I still get that feeling of being watched. And twice now, I've woken up to find my phone showing 3:38, with that familiar cold spot of air on my face. I don't know what was in our house or why it chose us. I don't know why 3:38 was significant. What I do know is that whatever it was, it didn't stay in the house when we left. Sometimes I think I hear that soft laugh when I'm in the shower or working late. Oliver refuses to talk about it anymore, says it's over and we should move on. But how do you move on from something you can't explain? How do you go back to normal when you know the world doesn't work the way you thought it did? I've tried researching our old house's history, looking for deaths or tragedies that might explain what happened, but there's nothing on record. The scratching started again last night, just for a few minutes, but unmistakable. I haven't told Oliver yet. I don't think I will. Whatever this is, it seems to feed off his anger and fear. Maybe if I keep projecting calm and acceptance, it will eventually leave us alone. Or maybe this is just our life now, forever checking the time at night, dreading the moment it turns to 3:38. Story 11. I still can't believe everything that happened yesterday. I haven't slept at all. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to get this out somewhere. Even if no one believes me, I don't know where else to turn. My name's Sarah. I've lived in Millfield my entire life. Just a tiny farming community where everyone knows everyone's business. 8 months ago, I lost my husband Frank to a sudden heart attack. 42 years we were married. We ran our small dairy farm together, raised our daughter Meg, and were supposed to grow old side by side. Instead, I've been alone in our farmhouse, trying to figure out how to exist in a world without him. At first, grief was just emptiness. The house felt too quiet, the bed too cold. I'd catch myself turning to tell Frank something before remembering he wasn't there. Normal widow stuff, I guess. But about 2 months ago, things started changing. It was little things at first. I'd leave my coffee cup on the kitchen counter, go to the bathroom, and return to find it on the dining table. I'd hang my keys on the hook by the door, but find them in my coat pocket the next morning. I blamed it on my widow brain. That's what my friend Martha calls it when grief makes you forgetful. Then the lights started. I turned them off before bed, only to wake up at 3 in the morning with every light in the house blazing. The first time it happened, I panicked, thinking someone had broken in. I grabbed Frank's old baseball bat and searched every room, but the house was empty. Just me and all those lights. About 3 weeks ago, I started smelling Frank's cologne. He always wore the same brand, Old Spice, nothing fancy. I'd be doing dishes or folding laundry, and suddenly it would be as if he'd just walked by. The scent would linger for a minute or two, then disappear. The first time, I broke down sobbing. I thought it was comforting, like maybe he was checking in on me. I didn't tell anyone about these things. Meg visits every Sunday for dinner with her husband and kids, but I kept it to myself. She's always been practical, takes after her father that way. She'd think I was losing my mind, and maybe I was. Then yesterday happened. I went to bed around 10, same as always. I remember checking that the doors were locked, turning off all the lights, double-checking after what had been happening, and setting my glass of water on my nightstand. Frank's side of the bed has remained empty. I still can't bring myself to sleep in the middle. I woke up at exactly 3:17. I know because I checked the digital clock as soon as I heard the ticking. It was loud, rhythmic, and coming from right beside me. When I turned on the lamp, I nearly screamed. Sitting on Frank's pillow was his pocket watch, the antique gold one that had belonged to his grandfather, the one we buried with him. I remember touching my chest, feeling like I couldn't breathe. That watch was in a casket, 6 feet underground at Millfield Cemetery. I'd placed it in Frank's hands myself before they closed the lid, but there it was, gleaming in the lamplight, ticking steadily, the engraving on the back, "Time passes, love remains," caught the light when I finally worked up the courage to pick it up. The moment my fingers touched the cool metal, everything changed. The room went ice cold. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I saw something. It wasn't like seeing with my eyes. It was like the images were being poured directly into my brain. I saw Frank in his hospital bed during those final days. But there was something else in the room with him, a dark shape hovering in the corner. Not quite solid, more like a dense shadow that seemed to pulse and breathe. In the vision, Frank was asleep, and this thing was leaning over him, whispering something I couldn't hear. Then it seemed to notice me watching and turned what should have been its face toward me. I dropped the watch like it had burned me. The vision disappeared, but the cold remained. That's when I noticed the smell. Not Frank's cologne this time, but something rotten, like meat left too long in summer heat. I grabbed my phone and called Father Morris. I'm not even that religious, but Frank was, and Father Morris had performed his funeral service. I don't know why I called a priest at 3:30 in the morning, but something told me this wasn't a matter for the police. To my surprise, he answered on the 3rd ring. When I frantically explained what was happening, he didn't sound shocked or skeptical. Instead, he said, "Don't touch the watch again. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Those 20 minutes were the longest of my life. I didn't dare leave the bedroom, but I couldn't bear to look at the watch either. I sat, huddled against the headboard, blanket pulled up to my chin like a scared child, watching that ticking piece of metal as if it might grow legs and crawl toward me. Father Morris arrived wearing jeans and a sweater instead of his clerical collar. He looked tired but alert. The moment he stepped into my bedroom, his expression darkened. "How long has this been going on, Sarah?" he asked, eyeing the watch without touching it. I told him everything, the moved objects, the lights, the smells. He nodded grimly, like I was confirming something he already suspected. "It's not Frank," he said finally. "Whatever you've been experiencing, whatever brought this here, it's not your husband." He explained that grief creates a kind of doorway. The more intense the grief, the wider the door. And there are things, not ghosts, not demons exactly, but entities. that know how to use those doorways. They pretend to be our loved ones to gain our trust and feed on our emotional pain. This particular entity has been here before, Father Morris said. It surfaces every few decades in Millfield, always targeting those who've lost spouses, always starting small, moved objects, familiar smells. It builds a connection through items that had meaning to the deceased. I felt sick. So all this time, I thought Frank was somehow still with me. That's how it works, he said softly. It needs you to believe that, to open yourself up emotionally. Every tear you shed thinking of Frank, every moment of longing, it strengthens this thing. Father Morris refused to touch the watch. Instead, he called Meg and asked her to come over immediately. While we waited, he made me tea and told me about the town's history with this entity. Apparently, back in 1954, a widow named Eleanor Kramer had been found dead in her home, her late husband's wedding ring clutched in her hand, a ring that had supposedly been buried with him. Before that, in 1927, a widower named Thomas Finch had died mysteriously after claiming his dead wife's pearl necklace had appeared on his nightstand. Each time, the pattern is the same, Father Morris explained. The entity grows stronger until it can fully manifest, and then... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Meg arrived looking panicked, her husband staying in the car with their sleeping kids. She started to ask questions, but fell silent when she saw the watch. That's Dad's watch, she whispered. How is that possible? Father Morris suggested we needed help from someone who had seen this before. Martha Hensley, the town librarian. At 87, she was Millfield's oldest resident and unofficial historian. Despite the early hour, Meg called her, briefly explained, and the elderly woman agreed to meet us at the library. It was nearly 5 in the morning when we arrived at the small brick building that housed Millfield's library. Martha was waiting with a ring of keys, her white hair in a messy bun. Father Morris had brought the watch, wrapped in a cloth without touching it directly. Martha led us to the back room where the town's archives were kept. Without a word, she pulled out a leather-bound journal and opened it to a bookmarked page. "My grandmother wrote this," she said, her finger tracing the faded handwriting. "She called it a grief-eater. It attaches itself to people who are already close to death, waiting for them to pass so it can use the connection to their loved ones." The journal detailed how the entity grew stronger with each interaction, feeding on the survivor's pain and longing. Eventually, it would become powerful enough to fully manifest, and when it did, it would consume the person's life force entirely. "The only way to stop it," Martha said, "is to sever the connection it's using. The personal item is just a conduit. The real connection is your grief, Sarah, your unwillingness to let Frank go." I felt anger bubble up. "Are you saying this is my fault, that I'm supposed to just get over losing my husband?" Martha shook her head. "No, dear. Grief is natural. But there's a difference between honoring someone's memory and refusing to accept they're gone. This thing, it sensed you couldn't let go. That's the doorway it's using. According to the journal, the ritual to close this doorway was deceptively simple, but emotionally devastating. I needed to destroy the watch while truly accepting Frank was gone forever. We returned to my house as dawn was breaking. Father Morris prepared what he called a cleansing space in the backyard, just a small fire pit with herbs and blessed salt. Meg stood by me, holding my hand so tight it hurt. Martha explained I needed to speak directly to the entity, make it clear I knew it wasn't Frank, then destroy its conduit. Simple in theory, nearly impossible in practice. As I held the watch over the flames, I felt it grow ice-cold again. The smell returned, that rotting stench, and suddenly I heard Frank's voice, clear as day. "Sarah, don't do this. It's me. I found a way back to you." It sounded exactly like him, the slight southern drawl, the way he'd say my name like it was something precious. I hesitated. "Mom," Meg whispered. That's not Dad. The voice changed, becoming angry. After 42 years, you'd throw me away. I came back for you. I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. My husband would never want me to live in the past. He'd want me to find joy again. My voice broke. You're not Frank. Frank is gone, and I have to accept that. I dropped the watch into the flames. The scream that followed didn't come from the fire. It seemed to rip through the air around us, high-pitched and inhuman. The sky darkened for a moment like a cloud passing over the sun, and then nothing. Just the crackling of the fire and birds beginning their morning songs. Father Morris performed a blessing on the house afterward. Martha hugged me tightly before leaving. Meg and her family stayed for breakfast, though none of us had much appetite. It's been just over 24 hours now. The house feels different, emptier in some ways, but cleaner somehow. I slept on the couch last night. I couldn't face the bedroom yet. I don't know if it's really over. Part of me is afraid to believe it could be that simple. But I keep thinking about what Martha said about the difference between honoring someone's memory and refusing to let them go. Maybe that's what real grief is, finding that balance. I still miss Frank. I probably always will. But whatever was in my house yesterday wasn't him, and I think the real Frank would be proud that I finally found the strength to recognize that. Story 12. I've been struggling with whether to post this for a while now. It's just so weird to talk about something that apparently happened to me, but that I have zero memory of. My family brought it up again at Thanksgiving, and now I can't stop thinking about it. I grew up in Millfield, a tiny town that most people have never heard of. We lived in this old 2-story house on Elm Street until I was about 8. The neighborhood wasn't great. Lots of break-ins and shady stuff happening. Because of that, my parents were super strict about where we could play. It was either the fenced backyard or inside the house. No exceptions. I have 2 sisters, Megan and Lily. Megan is 2 years older than me, and Lily is a year younger. We spent most of our childhood playing together since we weren't allowed to wander the neighborhood like some kids could. I remember climbing the big oak tree in our backyard, playing board games when it rained, and fighting over the TV remote. Normal sibling stuff. But apparently there was something else going on that I have absolutely no memory of. According to my family, when I was 7, I had an imaginary friend named James. This isn't unusual. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. What's weird is that I have no recollection of him whatsoever. None. It's like that entire part of my childhood was wiped from my brain. My sister Megan was the first to bring it up when I was around 13. We were arguing about something stupid, and she said, "You're acting just like when you used to get mad and run off to play with James instead." I had no idea what she was talking about and told her so. She looked at me like I was crazy. "James, your friend. The one only you could see who wore that sailor costume," she said. I thought she was messing with me. When I asked my parents about it later, they confirmed everything. Apparently, I spent hours alone in my room having full conversations with this James kid. They said I described him as a boy about my age, but slightly taller, always wearing this old-fashioned sailor outfit with a little hat. I would get annoyed when they called him imaginary and insist he was real, just that they couldn't see him. My mum told me I would set up board games for 2 players and move both pieces myself. I'd laugh at jokes no one else heard and sometimes whisper because James doesn't like loud noises. I'd tell my family that James lived in the house before us and that he was waiting for his dad to come back from sea. The creepiest part, according to my family, is how I would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and go sit at the top of the stairs, whispering with someone they couldn't see. My dad said he found me there multiple times, and when he asked what I was doing, I'd say, "James is telling me about the accident." When asked what accident, I supposedly just shrugged and said James didn't like to talk about it much. What freaks me out is that this doesn't sound like me at all. I was a pretty logical kid from what I remember. I liked dinosaurs and space, not making up elaborate backstories for invisible friends. And the fact that I have zero, and I mean absolutely zero memory of any of this, is disturbing. My mum kept a journal when we were little, and she showed me entries from when I was 7. There were multiple mentions of Ethan's friend James, and notes about how concerned she was getting about my attachment to this imaginary person. She wrote that I refused to go to bed some nights because James is scared of the dark and needs me to stay up with him. There was one particular entry that gave me chills. My mom wrote, "Asked Ethan why James is always cold. He said it's because James fell in the water and couldn't get out. When I asked what water, Ethan just pointed to the bathroom, going to call Dr. Miller tomorrow if this continues." What's even weirder is how it all ended. When I was 8, we moved to a different town because my dad got a better job. According to everyone in my family, I was really upset about leaving James behind. On our last day in the house, after everything was packed and loaded into the moving truck, I apparently disappeared for about 20 minutes. My parents were frantic, searching everywhere for me. They finally found me sitting on the front porch, talking to thin air. My dad said I was explaining to James that I had to go with my family, but that I would try to come back and visit him someday. When they told me it was time to leave, I gave the empty space next to me a hug and said goodbye. Once we got in the car and drove away, I fell asleep in the back seat, and when I woke up at our new house, I never mentioned James again. Not once, and I have no memory of ever having said goodbye or having this friend at all. For years, I thought my family was playing some elaborate prank on me. But the consistency of their stories and the fact that my mum's journal entries from 20 years ago mention James make it hard to deny that something happened, something I can't remember. Last year, I actually drove back to Millfield to see our old house. The neighborhood is even worse now. Several abandoned homes, graffiti everywhere. Our old house was still standing, but clearly vacant. Windows boarded up, paint peeling, yard overgrown. I sat in my car across the street for almost an hour, just staring at it, trying to remember anything about James. Nothing came back to me. I finally worked up the courage to walk up to the porch, the same porch where I supposedly said goodbye to my invisible friend. As I stood there, I felt nothing. No recognition, no memories, nothing that suggested I'd once had long conversations with a ghost or whatever James was. I was about to leave when an elderly woman from the house next door came outside. She looked at me suspiciously until I explained that I used to live there as a kid. Her face changed then, and she asked, "You're not the little boy who used to talk to himself, are you?" My stomach dropped. I nodded and said yes, that was probably me. She told me she'd lived in that house for 40 years and remembered our family. She mentioned seeing me sitting on the porch or in the yard, having animated conversations with no one. She'd always thought it was cute, just a kid with an active imagination. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. "You know, before your family moved in, there was a tragedy in that house. Back in the 50s, a little boy drowned in the bathtub. Terrible accident. The father was a sailor, away at sea when it happened. The mother was never the same after. I asked her if she remembered the boy's name. She thought for a moment and said she wasn't sure, but she thought it might have been James or Jamie, something like that." I got back in my car and left immediately. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with all of this. How could I have known about a boy who drowned decades before I was born, and why don't I remember any of it? I've done some research since then. The local historical society had some old newspaper clippings. In 1953, a 7-year-old boy named James Merritt did drown in that house. His father was indeed a naval officer who was deployed at the time. There was even a grainy photo of the funeral showing the small casket and the father in his naval uniform who had returned for the service. But here's what really got to me. In the background of the photo, you can make out the little boy's portrait on an easel. He's wearing what looks like a child sailor outfit, complete with the little hat my family said my James wore. I've tried therapy, hypnosis, even a few sessions with a medium, despite not really believing in that stuff. Nothing has brought back any memories of James. It's like that entire part of my childhood is locked away somewhere I can't access. Sometimes I wonder if James was really a ghost, or if my childhood imagination somehow tapped into the tragic history of that house. Or maybe my family is remembering wrong, and I did know about the drowning and created an elaborate fantasy around it, but that doesn't explain why I have no memory of any of it. Not a single flash or fragment. It's just gone. The thing that keeps me up at night is wondering, if James was real, if he was some kind of ghost or spirit, why did he choose me? What did he want? And most importantly, why did I completely forget him after we moved? Last month, I had a dream, the first one ever about James. I was sitting on the stairs in our old house, and there was a cold spot next to me. I couldn't see anyone, but I knew someone was there. A small voice whispered, "I'm still waiting for you to come back." I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing. It was just a dream, I'm sure of it, but ever since, I've felt like I'm being watched, like there's someone just out of sight, waiting for me to remember. Maybe some things are better left forgotten, but I can't help wondering what really happened in that house and why James, whoever or whatever he was, chose to be friends with a 7-year-old boy who would grow up with no memory of him at all. Story 13. I still get chills thinking about what happened that winter evening in 2017. I was 17 at the time, just hanging out with my cousin Liam and 2 of our mates from school, Callum and Noah. The 4 of us were pretty tight back then, always finding ways to kill time in our boring little city. That day, we decided to go cycling along Victoria Tracks. It's this old railway line they converted into a cycling path years ago. Goes all the way from the south side of the city to the east. We'd been on it loads of times before. Nothing special about it, really. Just a convenient way to get around without dealing with traffic. It was getting dark earlier those days. You know how winter is in the UK, sun going down by 4:30 in the afternoon. We probably should have headed home sooner, but we were teenagers who thought we were invincible. None of us were bothered about the darkness closing in. We'd been out for maybe 2 hours just cycling, stopping occasionally to mess around or chat. Liam had this new bike he wouldn't shut up about, kept racing ahead to show off. The path wasn't properly lit, just these pathetic old street lamps spaced way too far apart. But we had our bike lights and knew the route like the back of our hands. We were approaching this bridge that goes over Westfield Road. It's a main road, always busy with cars. The bridge is nothing special, just a regular overpass with metal railings about chest height. As we got closer, I remember the temperature dropping suddenly. I remember thinking it was weird because it wasn't particularly cold that evening. Cold enough for jackets, but not freezing. "Let's stop at the bridge for a bit," Noah suggested. He always liked watching the cars pass underneath. Something about the lights and movement fascinated him. So we were cycling toward it, maybe 50 meters away, when I first noticed the figure, just standing there at the railing, looking down at the traffic below. At first, I thought nothing of it. Probably just someone doing exactly what we were planning to do. "Someone's already there," I said, pointing ahead. Liam squinted. "Yeah, I see them." As we got closer, something felt off. The figure wasn't moving, not even slightly, just perfectly still, hands on the railing, staring down. We slowed our pace without even discussing it. There was this weird tension in the air that I can't really explain. We were about 10 meters away when the figure turned toward us. That's when everything changed. It wasn't a person. I mean, it was person-shaped, but it was completely black. Not black like skin, black like a void. Like someone had cut a person-shaped hole in reality. No features at all, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just this solid black silhouette standing there, about 5'9". We all stopped dead in our tracks. Nobody said a word. I remember the rush of blood in my ears, this pounding that seemed to drown out everything else. My hands were gripping the handlebars so tight my knuckles must have been white. The thing, because I don't know what else to call it, just stood there for what felt like ages, but was probably only seconds. Then it did something that still haunts me. It climbed onto the railing, not in a hurried way, very deliberately, very purposefully, like it wanted us to see this. First one leg over, then the other, until it was perched on the rail, facing us the entire time. "What the fuck?" Callum whispered. Then it jumped, just pushed off and disappeared over the edge. We all rushed forward at once, our bikes clattering to the ground behind us. I remember the sound of our shoes on the pavement, the metal railing cold under my palms, as we all leaned over to look down at the road below. There was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. Cars were still passing underneath, headlights cutting through the darkness, but there was no body, no sign of impact, nothing to suggest anything had just jumped from that height. "Did you all see that?" Noah asked, his voice shaking. We all nodded. Nobody could speak properly. "Where did it go?" Liam was scanning the road below frantically. "It's not possible. It's just not possible." I remember this sick feeling in my stomach, like I was going to throw up. My whole body was cold, covered in goosebumps. I couldn't stop shaking. "We need to go," I said. "Now." Nobody argued. We grabbed our bikes and pedaled faster than we ever had before. I remember looking back once, half expecting to see that thing standing on the bridge again, watching us leave, but there was nothing. The ride home is a blur. We stuck together until we had to split up to go to our separate houses. Nobody wanted to be alone. Me and Liam lived close to each other, so we went the same way. "What was that?" Liam kept asking. "What the actual fuck was that?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that featureless black silhouette turning toward us. I kept thinking about how it had climbed onto the railing so deliberately, how it had faced us the whole time, like it was putting on a show, like it wanted us specifically to witness what it was doing. The next day, we all met up and talked about it. None of us could make sense of what we'd seen. Callum suggested going back to check if there was anything unusual about the bridge, but none of us had the courage. Not then. It was about a week later when Liam and I finally went back, in broad daylight. We didn't tell Callum or Noah. I think we were trying to be brave, or maybe just prove to ourselves that there was nothing to be afraid of. The bridge looked completely normal, no sign that anything strange had ever happened there. We even asked a couple of people walking by if they'd heard about anything unusual happening on the bridge recently. They just looked at us like we were mental. After that, we tried to forget about it, but you don't just forget something like that. We stopped cycling that route, found other places to hang out, didn't talk about it much, but I could tell it was always there in the back of everyone's mind. I started doing research, trying to find some explanation. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination, but what are the odds of 4 people seeing exactly the same thing? We hadn't been drinking, hadn't taken any drugs. We were just normal kids on bikes. Eventually, I stumbled across something online about shadow people. Apparently, there are thousands of reports of similar encounters, people seeing these featureless black figures. Most reports describe them just observing, sometimes moving in unnatural ways. But I couldn't find any accounts of them jumping off bridges. That's what keeps bothering me to this day. Not just what it was, but what it was doing, the way it turned to face us, the way it climbed up so deliberately, the way it jumped, like it was sending a message. But what message and why us? We all drifted apart after school. Callum went to university up north. Noah moved away for work. Liam and I still see each other regularly. He's family after all. Sometimes, when we've had a few drinks, one of us will bring it up. "Do you still think about that thing on the bridge?" he'll ask. And I always say yes, because how could I not? I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was just someone in dark clothing playing a sick joke. Maybe the lighting played tricks on our eyes. Maybe we all somehow misremembered what happened. But deep down, I know what I saw. We all saw it. That perfect black silhouette, completely devoid of features, climbing onto the railing with such purpose before disappearing into thin air. The worst part is not knowing why. Was it random that we were there that evening, or were we meant to see it? Was it trying to communicate something? A warning, maybe? I'm 27 now, and I've never experienced anything like it since. I still live in the same city, still pass by that bridge sometimes, by car, never on a bike. It looks so ordinary in the daylight, just a simple overpass with metal railings, nothing to suggest it was the site of something so inexplicable. Sometimes I wonder if the others think about it as much as I do, if they've found some way to explain it that makes sense, if they've seen anything similar since. Last month, Liam sent me a link to a news article. A man had jumped from that same bridge, ended his life right there on Westfield Road. The article mentioned it wasn't the first suicide at that location. I couldn't help but wonder, had they seen it too? The black figure? Had it shown them the same thing it showed us? I drive under that bridge almost every day now. I can't help looking up as I pass beneath it, half expecting to see that silhouette looking down at me. Sometimes, especially on winter evenings when the light is fading, I swear I can feel something watching, a presence that's not quite human. I've never told this story to anyone outside of the three who were there with me. Who would believe it? But I know what I saw, and I know that whatever it was, it wanted us to see it. It made sure of that, turned to face us, climbed up, jumped, and then vanished, leaving us with questions that will never be answered. I still think about why it chose to show itself to us. What was special about that day, that moment? Was it just chance, or was there some purpose to it all? I don't think I'll ever know. But that doesn't stop me wondering, doesn't stop the chill I feel whenever I'm near that bridge as the sun goes down. Because whatever that thing was, it wasn't human, and whatever message it was trying to send, I'm still trying to understand it, 10 years later. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts, not really. I've always been the practical type, preferring logical explanations over supernatural ones. But what happened in my home, our home, has made me question everything I thought I knew about the world we live in. 5 years ago, my husband and I purchased a house in the historic district of Elmwood. It's a beautiful stone structure built around 1820, situated just outside Paris. The real estate agent told us it had originally been a farm until sometime after the Second World War. Despite numerous renovations over the decades, many original features remain intact. Exposed wooden beams, stone walls in the kitchen, and my personal favorite, an old bread oven built into what is now our living room wall. When we first moved in, I was 34, busy with my career and raising 2 boys. The house needed work, but we fell in love with its character, the way sunlight streamed through the tall windows in the afternoon, and how the wooden floors creaked beneath our feet, telling stories of generations past. The first incident happened about 3 months after we settled in. I was alone, folding laundry in the living room, while my husband took the boys to soccer practice. Out of nowhere, I caught a flash of light in my peripheral vision, like someone had walked past the doorway. I turned, expecting to see one of my sons who'd forgotten something, but no one was there. I dismissed it as a trick of the light reflecting off a passing car outside, but it happened again and again. Always when I was alone, always just out of direct sight. I began noticing other things too. Movements in mirrors that didn't match anything in the room. I'd be brushing my teeth and catch what looked like a shadow passing behind me in the bathroom mirror. By the time I'd turn around, there'd be nothing there. This happened repeatedly in 3 specific areas: the living room, the bathroom, and my older son's bedroom. What struck me as odd was my reaction. I've had experiences with the unexplained before. In my 20s, I briefly lived in an apartment where objects would move inexplicably, doors would slam, and the atmosphere felt constantly threatening. That experience terrified me to the point that I broke my lease early just to escape. But this was different. I wasn't afraid. One night last winter, I woke around 3 in the morning. The house was silent except for my husband's gentle snoring beside me. As I lay there, I felt it, a cool, steady breeze across my face. It wasn't from the window, which was closed against the December chill. It wasn't the heating system either. This was localized directly on my face, like someone standing over me, breathing softly. Instead of panic, I felt comforted, protected even. I whispered, "Hello," into the darkness. The sensation continued for perhaps another minute before gradually fading. I fell back asleep almost immediately, with a sense of peace I couldn't explain. After that night, these occurrences became more frequent, never intrusive or frightening, just gentle reminders of a presence sharing our space. I began to develop a sense about it, her. Somehow, I knew the presence was female. I can't explain how I knew this. It wasn't something I heard or saw. It was just a feeling, an intuition that grew stronger with each encounter. I started noticing patterns. She, as I'd come to think of her, seemed more active when the house was quiet. She never appeared during arguments or when the boys had friends over with their chaotic energy. She seemed to prefer peaceful moments, when I was reading alone, or early mornings when I'd have my coffee before everyone woke up. About 6 months ago, something strange happened. For nearly 3 weeks, I didn't sense her at all. No flashes of light, no movements in mirrors, no cool breezes on my face at night. And I found myself missing her. I'd catch myself looking for those peripheral movements, feeling disappointed when nothing appeared. I even spoke aloud one evening while alone in the living room. "Are you still here? I hope you're okay." My husband noticed my distraction during this period and asked what was bothering me. I couldn't bring myself to explain. How do you tell someone you're worried about the ghost that's no longer haunting your house? He would have thought I'd lost my mind. Then, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in April, I was home sick from work with a terrible cold. My husband was at the office, the boys at school. I dozed off on the sofa in the living room, a half-finished cup of tea on the coffee table. I woke suddenly, not sure what had disturbed my sleep, and there it was, that familiar cool breeze across my forehead. But this time it felt almost like fingers gently brushing my hair back, the way my mother used to do when I was sick as a child. I didn't open my eyes immediately. I just lay there, letting the sensation continue. "Thank you," I whispered. "I've missed you." When I finally opened my eyes, I saw something I hadn't before. In the large mirror hanging across from the sofa, I caught a glimpse, not of a shadow or a movement, but of a figure. It was brief, lasting perhaps 2 seconds, but clear enough that I could make out the silhouette of a woman in what looked like a long dress or skirt. Then she was gone. My heart raced, but not from fear. It was excitement, confirmation that I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't crazy. She was real. That evening I found myself doing something I never expected, researching the history of our house. I'd never been particularly interested before, considering it just a beautiful old building with character. Now I wanted to know who might have lived here, who might have loved this place enough to stay. I discovered that the farm had belonged to the same family for nearly a century, the Bertrand family. They'd worked the land for generations until after the war, when the property was sold and gradually subdivided. The last Bertrand to own the farm was a widow named Elise, who had lost her husband in the First World War and raised 3 children on her own while maintaining the farm with help from her brother-in-law. According to local records, Elise was known in the community for her kindness. During the occupation in the Second World War, she reportedly hid Jewish families in a concealed space behind that old bread oven. The very one still in our living room. She died in 1948 at the age of 63, and the farm was sold shortly after. I found myself sitting in front of that bread oven later that night, running my fingers along its stone edges, wondering if Elise Bertrand was still here, still protecting this space and those who lived within it. The next morning, I woke to find my younger son, who had been struggling with nightmares, sleeping peacefully for the first time in weeks. When I asked him at breakfast if he'd slept well, he mentioned offhandedly, "The nice lady helped me not be scared." My fork froze halfway to my mouth. "What nice lady, sweetheart?" He shrugged, already distracted by his cereal. "The one who sits on my bed sometimes. She told me the house is safe." I didn't press him. Children often have imaginary friends, after all. But when my older son mentioned a few days later that he sometimes felt like someone straightened his covers at night, I couldn't dismiss it as coincidence. Last month, something happened that removed any remaining doubts I had. I was home alone, cleaning out a closet in the hallway. I'd pulled out a stepladder to reach the top shelf and was standing on the second-to-last step when I lost my balance. I remember the sickening feeling as the ladder tilted, and I knew I was going to fall backward onto the hardwood floor. Except I didn't. In that moment, I felt what I can only describe as hands pressing firmly against my back, steadying me and the ladder. I regained my footing, heart pounding, and turned around expecting to see my husband, who must have come home early. No one was there. I was completely alone in the house. I sat down on the floor, shaking slightly, and whispered, "Thank you, Elise." The temperature around me dropped noticeably, and I felt that familiar gentle breeze against my cheek. Since then, I've come to accept that our house is indeed haunted, but not in the way horror movies would have you believe. There are no rattling chains, no threatening presences, no objects flying across rooms. Instead, there's just Elise, as I've come to call her, a quiet guardian who seems to have appointed herself protector of our family. Sometimes weeks go by without any sign of her, and then suddenly she'll make herself known again. A flash of light here, a reflection there, a cool breeze in the night. My husband remains skeptical, but has stopped dismissing my experiences after the ladder incident, which I recounted to him in tears that evening. I've never shared this story publicly before. I know how it sounds. A middle-aged woman claiming to have a friendly ghost. But I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm simply sharing my experience in case others have found themselves in similar situations, confused by the disconnect between the terrifying hauntings depicted in media and their own more benevolent encounters. I don't know why Elise has stayed in this house for over 70 years after her death. Perhaps she feels a responsibility to the home she loved and protected during her lifetime. Perhaps she's watching over us as she watched over those she hid during the war. Whatever her reasons, I find myself grateful for her presence. Last week, as I was putting away dishes in the kitchen, I felt that familiar presence behind me. Without turning around, I said quietly, "You're welcome here, Elise. This is still your home, too." A single cup on the counter slid about an inch to the left. Not dramatically, not threatening, just enough to let me know she'd heard me. I'm 39 now, and if you'd told me 5 years ago that I'd be sharing my home with a spirit and feeling comforted by it, I would have laughed. But here I am, questioning everything I thought I knew about life, death, and what might come after. Is our house haunted? Absolutely, but sometimes, just sometimes, being haunted can be a blessing rather than a curse. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts. At least, that's what I told myself before we moved to Pine Ridge last summer. My wife Sarah got a job promotion that required relocation, and we found this charming 2-story house on Maple Avenue. Nothing extraordinary about it. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, a decent backyard for the kids. The previous owners had lived there for 15 years before moving to Florida for retirement. The real estate agent mentioned nothing unusual, and our home inspection came back clean. Just your typical suburban family home built in the early 90s. The first month was completely normal. Unpacking boxes, getting the kids enrolled in their new schools, fixing up little things around the house. I work from home as a software consultant, so I set up my office in the spare room downstairs. Sarah and I took the master upstairs. Our 14-year-old son Jake got the bedroom next to ours, and 11-year-old Ethan took the room at the end of the hall. It was about 6 weeks after moving in when I first saw him. I was heading to the bathroom at the end of the upstairs hallway around 11 at night. Sarah was already asleep, and the boys were in their rooms. I remember being tired and just wanting to brush my teeth and go to bed. That's when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a small figure darting across the hallway from Jake's room toward Ethan's. My first thought was that one of the boys was sneaking around, but this figure was too small. I called out, "Ethan?" thinking maybe he was up getting water or something. No answer. I walked to his room and peeked in. He was sound asleep, tangled in his blankets like always. I checked Jake's room too, and he was knocked out with his headphones still on. I stood in the hallway, confused. I know what I saw. A small boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, with brown hair in an old-fashioned bowl cut. He wore a striped shirt, blue and white horizontal stripes. The strangest part was the quiet giggling sound, like a child playing hide and seek. I convinced myself I was just tired and seeing things. I finished in the bathroom and went to bed, not even mentioning it to Sarah the next morning. About 2 weeks later, I was in our bedroom looking for my phone charger. Sarah was downstairs making dinner, and the boys were doing homework in the kitchen. I was digging through the nightstand drawer when I felt that sensation of not being alone. You know that feeling, right? When the air changes slightly? I turned around, and there he was, the same boy, standing at the entrance to our master bathroom. This time, I got a better look at him. The striped shirt wasn't just blue and white, it had a yellow stripe too. His hair was definitely in that bowl-cut style you saw all the time in the 70s. His face wasn't clear, almost like looking at someone through frosted glass, but I could tell he was smiling. He was looking right at me. I froze. My mouth went dry. "Hello?" I managed to whisper. The boy giggled, that same laugh I'd heard before, and then ran into the master bathroom. I rushed after him, my heart pounding, but the bathroom was empty, no windows open, nowhere he could have gone. That night, I finally told Sarah about what I'd seen. Instead of the skepticism I expected, she went pale. "I saw him too," she said quietly. "Last week when you were at the grocery store, I was folding laundry in our room, and I saw a little boy run past the doorway. I thought it was Ethan at first, but when I called out, Ethan yelled up from the basement that he was playing video games. We decided not to mention it to the kids. No need to scare them if this was just some weird shared hallucination or something. But a few days later, Jake brought it up himself. "Dad, is there something wrong with this house?" he asked while we were working on his science project. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "I've seen this kid a couple times, like a little kid with a striped shirt. I thought maybe he was a neighbor or something, but then he just disappears." That confirmation sent chills down my spine. 3 of us had seen the same thing. This wasn't in our heads. I started researching the history of the house, but nothing tragic came up. No records of any child dying here, no notorious events. The house had been built in 1992, and only 2 families had owned it before us. I even tracked down the original owners through social media. They responded to my message saying they'd never experienced anything unusual during their time there. The 3rd sighting happened about a month later. I was working in my downstairs office when I heard that familiar giggle. I spun around in my chair and saw him standing in the doorway, clear as day. This time he didn't run or disappear immediately. He just stood there, looking at me with that same smile. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer, just put his finger to his lips like he was saying, shh, then turned and ran down the hallway toward the living room. I jumped up and followed, but by the time I reached the living room, he was gone. We started noticing other things too. Items moved from where we left them, the TV turning on by itself, the garage door opening when no one was near the button, small things that could be explained away by forgetfulness or electrical glitches. But in the context of our ghost boy, they took on a more unsettling meaning. Then came the day everything escalated. It was a Sunday afternoon in December. We'd put up our Christmas tree the day before. A real one, 7 feet tall, decorated with all our family ornaments collected over the years. Sarah made a big pot of chili, and we were all sitting around the kitchen table having lunch. I was telling a story about a client issue I dealt with that week when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. Someone was by the cabinets across the kitchen. I assumed it was Ethan, who had gotten up to get a drink a minute earlier. Before I could even turn my head, there was a loud bang. One of the upper cabinets had flown open, not just drifted open, but violently swung open like someone had yanked it. 4 glasses fell out and shattered on the counter and floor. We all jumped. Sarah yelped. Jake spilled his drink. Ethan! Sarah scolded automatically, but then we all realized at the same time Ethan was still sitting at the table with us, his spoon halfway to his mouth, looking as shocked as the rest of us. I didn't do anything, he said, his voice small. I got up to clean the mess, my hands shaking slightly. There was no explanation. The cabinet had been firmly closed. Those glasses were stored well back from the edge. There was no way they could have fallen out by themselves. Maybe the house is settling, Sarah suggested weakly, but none of us believed it. We finished lunch in uncomfortable silence, then retreated to the living room to watch a movie, trying to return to normal. But the atmosphere in the house had changed. We all felt it, that prickling awareness of not being alone. After cleaning up the kitchen mess, I joined my family in the living room. We were about an hour into the movie when we heard a crash from across the room. One of our ornaments, a glass ball with Jake's baby footprint that we'd had for 14 years, had fallen from the tree and shattered on the hardwood floor. I didn't touch it, Ethan said immediately, his eyes wide. I cleaned it up, trying to hide my unease. It probably wasn't hung properly, I said, forcing a smile, but I remembered hanging that ornament myself, making sure the hook was secure. We went back to the movie, but no one was really watching anymore. Sarah kept glancing at the tree. Jake was on his phone, pretending to text, but clearly just wanting a distraction. Ethan had pulled his knees up to his chest. That's when it happened. I was sitting directly across from the Christmas tree, maybe 10 feet away. I felt that familiar change in the air, that feeling of another presence. The hair on my arms stood up. I looked directly at the tree, and for a split second I swear I saw that striped shirt through the branches on the other side of the tree. Then, without warning, the entire tree toppled forward. Not like it was unbalanced and slowly tipped. It fell as if someone had pushed it with considerable force. Water from the tree stand spilled everywhere. Ornaments smashed. Pine needles scattered across the floor. Sarah screamed. The boys jumped up. I sat frozen, unable to move, because in that moment, right before the tree fell, I heard it again. That child's giggle, clear as a bell. Everyone upstairs, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Get your shoes and jackets. We're going out for dinner. We spent that evening at a restaurant, then drove around looking at Christmas lights, anything to stay out of the house. When we finally returned, the boys went straight to their rooms. Sarah and I cleaned up the tree mess in tense silence. We need to talk about this, she finally said, sitting on the couch with her head in her hands. I know, I replied. This isn't just seeing things anymore. This is something else. We discussed our options in hushed voices. Moving wasn't financially possible after just buying this house. Getting a priest or medium seemed extreme. We decided to set up cameras around the house, hoping to capture evidence of what was happening. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Around 3 in the morning, I heard that giggle again, this time right outside our bedroom door. I got up, heart racing, and opened the door. The hallway was empty, but the temperature was noticeably colder than our room. "We're not here to hurt you," I said softly into the darkness, "but you're scaring my family. Can you please stop?" There was no response, just the settling sounds of the house. The next day, I installed cameras in the hallway, living room and kitchen. That night, we reviewed the footage before bed. Nothing unusual in the hallway or kitchen, but in the living room footage. At 2:14 in the afternoon, when no one was home, one of the throw pillows clearly moved from one end of the couch to the other. No visible cause, it just slid across the cushions. It's been 3 months since then. We still see him occasionally, running through the hallway, peeking around corners, always with that mischievous smile. The physical disturbances come and go. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing unusual. Then suddenly doors will slam or objects will move. We've learned to live with our playful ghost boy. We talk to him sometimes, acknowledge his presence. The incidents seem less frightening when we don't react with fear. We've even given him a name, Charlie, though we have no idea if that's who he really is. I still don't know who this child was, why he's in our house, or what he wants. I've researched local deaths, spoken to neighbors, even had the land surveyed to see if there was an older structure here before our house was built. Nothing explains his presence. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm working late in my office, I'll feel that familiar chill and hear that soft giggle. And I'll look up to see a little boy in a striped shirt playing his eternal game of tag with people he can see but never truly reach. Story 16. I've never really told anyone the full extent of what happens in my house. Most people would think I'm crazy or making it up for attention. But I swear every word of this is true, and I need to get it off my chest because it's getting worse. I've lived in my great-aunt's house since I was born. It's not super old, built in 1977, but I guess that's still old enough for things to stick around. I've always been able to see shadow figures and what I assume are ghosts. When I was really little, maybe 5 or 6, I remember telling my mom about the people in the corners of my bedroom. She thought I had an overactive imagination. Looking back, the activity was pretty mild when I was younger. I'd see shadows moving in my peripheral vision or feel like someone was watching me. Nothing that really scared me. It was just normal to me. I thought everyone saw these things, but everything changed when I turned 12. That's when it started getting intense. It began with the shadows becoming more defined. Instead of just dark blurs at the edge of my vision, I started seeing actual figures, tall black silhouettes that would stand in doorways or at the foot of my bed. Sometimes they'd move across a room and disappear through walls. Then the voices started. At first, it was just whispers I couldn't make out. But one night I was alone in my bedroom doing homework when I heard someone clearly say my name right behind me. I spun around, but there was nobody there. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I ran downstairs and stayed with my mom for the rest of the night, but I didn't tell her why. How could I explain that? After that, the name-calling happened regularly. Sometimes it would sound like my mom or dad calling me from another room. I'd answer or go looking for them, only to find they weren't even home. The worst was when it happened in the middle of the night. I'd wake up to someone urgently whispering my name right in my ear, their breath hot against my skin. But when I turned on the light, my room was empty. When I turned 13, things got even worse. That was the year I developed an eating disorder. I don't know if the two things are connected, but that's when the poltergeist activity started. The first time it happened, I was alone in the kitchen looking for something to eat, which was rare enough during that period of my life. I opened the pantry door and was staring at the shelves, fighting with myself about whether I should eat anything. Suddenly, a can of soup flew off the shelf and barely missed my head. It hit the wall behind me with such force that it dented the drywall. I convinced myself I had somehow knocked it over, even though I was standing at least 3 feet away from the shelf. But then, it kept happening. Items would fly out of closed cabinets when I walked by. Once, a box of cereal hit me square in the back when I was washing dishes. I turned around, and the cabinet door was wide open, though I know it had been closed. The main entity, at least I think it's the main one, appears as a tall, black, shadowy figure. It's got to be at least 6.5 feet tall, with broad shoulders and no distinguishable features, except for its size. But the terrifying thing is that sometimes it mimics people I know. One night around 2 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. As I was walking down the hallway, I saw my dad standing at the end of it. I whispered, "Dad, what are you doing up?" He didn't respond, just stood there staring at me. There was something off about him. He was too still, almost like a photograph. Then he smiled, but the smile was too wide, stretching literally from ear to ear in a way that's physically impossible. I froze in terror as he took a step toward me, still with that horrific grin, and then the hallway light flickered once and he was gone, just vanished. I ran to my parents' bedroom and found my real dad fast asleep next to my mom. Whatever I saw in the hallway, it wasn't him. The most recent incident happened just 3 days ago. I was in the kitchen again. Why is it always the kitchen? Reaching for some applesauce in the pantry. The overhead light suddenly went out, plunging me into darkness. Before I could even react, something knocked a box of Pop-Tarts off the shelf, hitting my arm on the way down. I heard a low chuckle right next to my ear, and then the light came back on. I dropped the applesauce and ran out of there so fast I nearly tripped over the dining room rug. But the incident that's really freaking me out involves my puppy, a 4-month-old lab mix we adopted a few weeks ago. Last week I was in my bedroom doing homework when I saw my puppy in the doorway. He was just sitting there staring at me, which isn't unusual. He follows me everywhere. I said, "Come here, buddy," but he didn't move. Then he started acting weird, tilting his head at an unnatural angle while still staring at me. I got annoyed and said, "Stop being weird, and either come in or go away." That's when I heard my mum in the living room talking to the puppy. I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. If my puppy was with my mum, then what the hell was I looking at in my doorway? The puppy in my doorway blinked, a slow, deliberate blink that no dog does, and then turned and walked away. I was too terrified to follow it. 2 days later, it happened again, but worse. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth before bed. In the mirror, I could see the reflection of the doorway behind me, and my puppy appeared there watching me. I was about to tell him to go to bed when I remembered what happened before. Slowly, I turned around, but there was nothing in the doorway. When I looked back at the mirror, the puppy was still there in the reflection. But now it was standing right next to me, its reflection touching my leg. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. In the mirror, I watched as the fake puppy's face began to elongate, its snout growing longer and longer until it didn't look like a dog at all. Then it smiled, a dog smiling with human teeth. I screamed and ran out of the bathroom, nearly knocking over my mom, who was coming to see what was wrong. The real puppy was asleep in his bed in the living room. I think I have multiple spirits or entities in my house. There's the mimic, the one that pretends to be my dad or my puppy. That one scares me the most because it feels malicious. It enjoys terrifying me. But there's another presence that's been with me for years. This one feels different. Sometimes when I'm having a really bad day, especially during the worst of my eating disorder, I'll feel my bed dip like someone is sitting on it. Then I'll feel a gentle pat on my back or my hair, almost like someone is trying to comfort me. It's happened enough times that I've come to find it reassuring rather than frightening. One night when I was 14, and had barely eaten for 3 days. I was lying in bed crying. I felt the familiar dip in the mattress, and then what felt like a cool hand stroking my forehead. A soft voice, definitely female and elderly, whispered, "It's going to be all right, dear. You need to eat." The next morning, I found myself actually hungry for the first time in weeks. I sometimes wonder if it's my great-aunt, still looking after her house and the people in it. The scariest part about all this is that the activity seems to be escalating. The mimicking is new and getting more frequent. Last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find the tall shadow figure standing at the foot of my bed. It just stood there, watching me. I couldn't move or scream. It was like I was paralyzed. Then it slowly raised one arm and pointed at me. A deep voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere said, "Soon." I don't know what that means, and I'm terrified to find out. I've tried researching about shadow people and mimicking entities, but there's so much contradictory information out there. Some sources say to ignore them, and they'll go away. Others say that acknowledges them gives them power. I don't know what to believe. My parents don't see any of this stuff, or if they do, they don't talk about it. Once I tried to tell my mum about the shadow figures, and she got this weird look on her face and changed the subject. I haven't brought it up since. I'm writing this down because I don't know what else to do. The house feels different lately, like the air is heavier, the shadows are darker, the voices are louder. And now, with this mimicking thing, I'm afraid to be alone in any room. Last night I heard scratching inside my closet, not like an animal scratching, more like fingernails dragging slowly down the wood. When I got up the courage to open the door this morning, I found 3 long scratches on the inside of the door that weren't there before. The puppy is acting strange too. He'll growl at empty corners or bark furiously at my bedroom door when there's nothing there, at least nothing visible to anyone, but maybe him and me. Sometimes he refuses to enter certain rooms, like he's afraid of what's in there. I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave. This is my home, and besides, I'm pretty sure whatever is here would follow me anyway. It's been with me since I was a child. But I'm scared of what soon means. And I'm scared of waking up to find that thing pretending to be someone I love, standing over my bed with that impossible smile. Something just moved in my peripheral vision as I'm writing this. When I turned to look, there was nothing there. But I swear I saw a shadow shaped like a person quickly dart behind my dresser. My door is closed. I'm alone in here. At least I'm supposed to be. Story 17. This happened about 11 years ago when I was 13. I'm 24 now, but I still get chills thinking about it. I've never really shared this online before because I know how it sounds, but I need to get this off my chest. My best friend Jordan and I used to FaceTime almost every day after school. This was back when iPads were still kind of new and exciting. We'd just talk about random stuff, school drama, homework, boys we liked, whatever. Pretty normal teenage girl stuff. This particular day was a Friday afternoon in October. I remember because Jordan was cleaning out her closet to make room for her Halloween costume. We had plans to be matching characters from this show we were obsessed with. I was lying on my bed, just watching her organize while we chatted. Jordan's iPad was propped up on her vanity, so I could see a decent portion of her room, mainly her desk chair and the wall behind it. She kept going in and out of frame as she sorted through clothes in her closet, which was just off to the side of what I could see. About 20 minutes into our call, I noticed something weird. The chair at her desk had moved slightly. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she had bumped it when walking by, but then I noticed it moved again, just a tiny bit, sliding backward toward the wall. Nobody was touching it. "Hey, Jordan, did you just move your chair?" I asked. She poked her head out from the closet. "What? No, I'm over here." "It just moved by itself," I said, trying to keep my voice casual even though I was starting to feel uneasy. "Very funny, Chloe," she replied, rolling her eyes before disappearing back into the closet. I kept watching the chair. I swear to God, over the next few minutes, it moved backward at least 3 more times. Each time it was just a tiny bit, like an inch or so. But it was definitely moving. There was no way it was my imagination. "Jordan, I'm serious," I said, my voice cracking a little. "Your chair keeps moving backward. I'm watching it happen right now." This time, she came fully out of the closet looking annoyed, but when she saw my face, her expression changed. "Wait, are you for real?" She looked at the chair, then back at me. "Yes, it's been moving this whole time, little by little." Jordan walked over to the chair and examined it. "That's weird. It's not on a slope or anything." She pushed it forward a bit, then stepped away, standing where I could see her in frame. We both watched the chair for about a minute. Nothing happened. "See, it's not," Jordan started to say. That's when it happened. The chair suddenly shot backward with incredible force, slamming into the wall with a loud bang. It wasn't a gentle slide like before. It was violent, like someone had shoved it with all their strength. I screamed. Jordan screamed louder. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "What the fuck?" Jordan yelled, backing away from the chair. Her face had gone completely white. "Did you see that? Please tell me you saw that." "I saw it." My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. "Jordan, what's happening?" She looked terrified. "I don't know. I don't fucking know." We both just stood there. Well, I was lying down, but you know what I mean, in stunned silence for what felt like forever. The chair didn't move again. Part of me wanted to tell her to end the call, but I was also scared to leave her alone with whatever was happening. After a few minutes, Jordan took a deep breath. "Okay, this is ridiculous. There has to be an explanation." But her voice was trembling. I could tell she was trying to be brave. "Maybe it's the floor," I suggested weakly. "Like maybe there's something wrong with your floorboards." "My room's carpeted, Chloe." "Right, I knew that." Jordan ran her hands through her hair. "I need to finish cleaning this closet. My mom will kill me if I don't get it done today." She glanced nervously at the chair. "I'm going to grab some trash bags from downstairs. I'll be right back, okay?" I didn't want her to go, but I just nodded. "Hurry back." She disappeared from frame, and I heard her bedroom door open and close. I was now staring at an empty room through my phone screen. Just the vanity where the iPad was propped, the wall, and that damn chair that had slammed against it. The silence was uncomfortable. I considered hanging up and calling her back when she returned, but something kept me watching. It was like that feeling when you're watching a horror movie and you know something bad is about to happen, but you can't look away. That's when I saw it. From the top of the screen, where the ceiling would be, just out of frame, something slowly descended into view. It was thin and rope-like, hanging down directly in front of the camera. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Then the shape became clear. It was a noose, a fucking noose, dangling from the ceiling. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I was completely frozen with terror. The noose just hung there, swaying ever so slightly, as if someone invisible was holding the other end. I don't know how long I stared at it, probably only seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When I finally found my voice, it came out as a strangled whisper. "No, no, 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 no." I slammed my finger on the end call button so hard it hurt. Then I threw my phone across the bed like it was burning my hand. I was hyperventilating, tears streaming down my face. My phone started ringing almost immediately. Jordan's name flashed on the screen. I didn't want to answer, but I was more terrified about what might be happening to her. With shaking hands, I accepted the call. "Chloe, why did you hang up?" Jordan asked, sounding confused. She was back in her room, holding a handful of trash bags. I couldn't even form words at first. When I did, they came out in a rush. "There was something hanging from your ceiling, a rope or something." "Jordan, it looked like a noose." Her eyes went wide. "What? Are you serious?" "Yes. It just dropped down in front of the camera right after you left. Jordan's face went from shocked to scared to skeptical in a matter of seconds. Chloe, that's not funny. I'm not joking. I was practically shouting now. I swear to God, Jordan, it was right there. She looked up at her ceiling, then back at me. There's nothing there. Nothing could even hang from my ceiling. It's just drywall. There aren't any hooks or anything. I know what I saw. My voice cracked. I was still crying. Jordan set down the trash bags and picked up her iPad. She walked around her room, showing me every corner of the ceiling. See, nothing. No ropes, no hooks, nothing. But the chair, I said weakly. I don't know about the chair. Maybe it was just balanced weird or something. But I could tell by her voice she didn't believe that explanation any more than I did. Do you even own rope? I asked. No, of course not. Why would I have a rope in my bedroom? We stayed on the call for another hour, neither of us willing to hang up. Jordan finished cleaning her closet while I watched, jumping at every little sound or movement. The chair didn't move again. No rope appeared. Everything was completely normal, except it wasn't. Something had happened in that room, something neither of us could explain. When we finally ended the call, I immediately went downstairs to be with my family. I couldn't stand being alone. I didn't tell them what happened. How could I? Hey, Mum, I just saw a ghost noose in Jordan's room. Wasn't exactly dinner conversation. Later that night, Jordan texted me, saying she was sleeping in her sister's room. She couldn't stay in her own bedroom after what happened. I don't blame her. We talked about it a few times in the following weeks, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was a prank, it wasn't. Maybe it was a weird reflection or shadow. Definitely not. Maybe one of us was hallucinating. Both of us at the same time? Eventually, we just stopped bringing it up. It was too disturbing and we had no answers. Her family moved to a different house about a year later, and I think Jordan was secretly relieved. It's been 11 years, and we're still best friends. We've both gone to college, started careers, grown up, but sometimes, when we've had a few drinks and are feeling brave, one of us will bring up the chair incident. Neither of us has changed our story. Neither of us has found an explanation. I still think about that noose sometimes, the way it just hung there, swaying slightly. The absolute terror I felt seeing it. Was it trying to send a message? Was something trying to hurt Jordan? Or was it just trying to scare us? Whatever it was, it worked. I've never been more frightened in my life than I was that day. And the worst part is, I still don't know what happened. I probably never will. I've told this story to exactly 3 people besides Jordan. One laughed it off. One suggested carbon monoxide poisoning in 2 different houses, and one actually believed me but had no explanation either. So that's my story. Call me crazy if you want. Tell me it was just teenage girls with overactive imaginations. But I know what I saw. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I still check my ceiling just to make sure nothing is hanging there, waiting for me to notice it. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone other than my closest friends, but after lurking here for months, I think it's time I got this off my chest. Maybe someone has experienced something similar or has some explanation, because 5 years later, I still have no idea what was happening to me. It started back when I was 22, living with my parents in Pinecrest, just a normal suburban neighborhood where nothing interesting ever happens. I had a decent job at a local tech shop, but spent most of my free time gaming or watching YouTube. Pretty standard stuff for a guy my age. The first incident happened on a Friday night. I remember it clearly, because I'd been grinding in Destiny for hours, trying to get this rare weapon drop. Around midnight, my eyes were getting sore, so I decided to call it quits. I shut down the game, but left my PC running like I always do, just turned the monitors off. I climbed into bed, watched some random YouTube videos on my phone, and must have dozed off around 1 in the morning. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when it happened. All I know is that I suddenly became aware that I was awake, but something was terribly wrong. I couldn't move, not a finger, not an eyelid, nothing. I was lying on my side facing the wall, and no matter how hard I tried, my body wouldn't respond. It felt like I was trapped inside myself, and the worst part was that I couldn't even open my mouth to call for help. My breathing was shallow and difficult, like someone was sitting on my chest. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of my mouse clicking and keyboard clacking. Someone was at my computer. I could hear the furious clicking, like they were scrolling through files or frantically searching for something. The sound was so clear, so distinct, rapid clicking followed by keyboard taps, then more clicking. This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably about 5 minutes. The whole time, I was mentally screaming, trying to force my body to move, to turn around, to see who was there. The panic was overwhelming. I kept thinking, there's someone in my room. They're going through my computer. Why can't I move? Then, as suddenly as it started, the clicking stopped. A few seconds later, I felt control returning to my body. It started with my fingers, then spread to my arms and legs. I immediately rolled over and sat up, heart pounding in my chest. My room was empty. The computer was exactly as I'd left it, on but with the monitors off. Nothing looked disturbed. I jumped out of bed and checked the door, locked from the inside just like I always leave it. The window was shut and locked too. I checked under the bed, in the closet. Nothing. I even went through my computer files to see if anything had been accessed or modified, but everything seemed normal. When I checked my phone, it was 1:15 a.m. Only 15 minutes had passed since I remembered falling asleep, which seemed impossible. The experience felt like it had lasted much longer. I chalked it up to sleep paralysis. I'd read about it before, but had never experienced it myself. The clicking sounds must have been hallucinations. That's what I told myself to be able to go back to sleep. But I left the lights on for the rest of the night. The next few nights were normal, and I started to relax. Then it happened again, almost exactly the same way, paralyzed on my side, unable to move, the clicking at my computer. This time, though, I noticed something else, a heaviness in the air, like the pressure had changed, and it was cold, much colder than my room should have been with the heater running. Over the next few weeks, these episodes happened more frequently. I'd wake up paralyzed once or twice a week, always hearing someone at my computer. I started sleeping with my laptop in my bed and unplugged the keyboard and mouse from my desktop, thinking maybe it was some weird electrical issue causing phantom sounds. Didn't help. The clicking continued. Then something changed. I began waking up at exactly 4 a.m. every single night. It didn't matter when I went to bed. Midnight, 2 a.m., 10 p.m. I'd snap awake at exactly 4. My phone would say 4:00, not 3:59 or 4:01. Always 4:00 on the dot. At first I'd just be awake, no paralysis, no strange sounds. I'd lie there for an hour or so, then fall back asleep. This went on for months, and honestly, it was starting to mess with my head. I was constantly exhausted, irritable. My parents noticed and suggested I see a doctor. But what was I supposed to say? I wake up at the same time every night, and sometimes I hear someone using my computer when I'm paralyzed. They'd think I was losing it. Then came the night that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was a Tuesday in March, about 6 months after the first incident. I went to bed around 11, and for the first time in months, I didn't wake up at 4. Instead, I woke up at 3, which was a welcome change. I checked my phone, saw the time, and actually felt relieved. Maybe whatever this was had finally run its course. I fell back asleep quickly, but what happened next? I still don't have words to properly describe it. I woke up with a violent jolt, like my body had just fallen from a height onto my bed. I was drenched in sweat, heart racing, and had this overwhelming sensation that I'd just been suspended in the air above my bed. My blanket was completely off, lying on the floor several feet away, as if it had been thrown. And my clock, 4 a.m. exactly. I sat up, trembling, and turned on every light in my room. The coldness was back, more intense than ever. I felt like I was being watched, like something was in the room with me even though I couldn't see it. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The floating sensation started happening regularly after that, always following the same pattern. I'd wake at 4 a.m., back to the usual schedule, fall back asleep, then jolt awake with the vivid sensation of dropping back onto my bed from above. Sometimes my blanket would be on the floor, sometimes at the foot of the bed, but never where it should be. One night, about 2 weeks after these new episodes started, I decided to try something. I placed my phone on my chest before going to sleep, thinking if I was actually levitating, the phone would fall off. Stupid, I know, but I was desperate for some kind of evidence or explanation. That night, I woke up at 4 as usual. I felt my phone still on my chest, so I closed my eyes and let myself drift off again. The next thing I knew, I was experiencing that falling sensation, violently jerking awake, and my phone was on the floor beside my bed. Not where it would have fallen if I had just rolled over. It was a good 3 feet away from the bed, like it had been tossed. After that, things escalated even further. During one episode, I swear I saw myself sleeping from above, like I was floating near the ceiling looking down. It only lasted a split second before I snapped back and felt that familiar dropping sensation. Another time I heard whispering during the paralysis phase. Not distinct words, just hushed, urgent murmuring that seemed to be coming from the corner of my room. The worst incident happened about 8 months in. I woke up at 4, of course, fell back asleep, and then experienced the most intense floating sensation yet. When I jolted awake, I had scratches on my arms, 3 parallel lines on each forearm, like something had grabbed me. They weren't deep, barely broke the skin, but they burned like hell. I hadn't scratched myself in my sleep before, and these marks were too uniform, too deliberate. I finally broke down and told my best friend what was happening. He suggested I talk to his aunt, who was into paranormal stuff. I was skeptical, but desperate. She came over when my parents weren't home and did some kind of cleansing ritual with sage and salt, said there was definitely something attached to me or my room. I didn't really buy it, but I was willing to try anything. Strangely enough, the episodes became less frequent after that. Instead of every night, they'd happen once a week, then once a month. The 4 a.m. wake-ups continued for a while, but eventually stopped too. The last incident was about a year after the first one. I experienced sleep paralysis, heard the clicking, felt the floating sensation, and then nothing. It never happened again. I've moved twice since then, and I've never experienced anything similar in my new places. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just some bizarre sleep disorder, maybe a form of parasomnia combined with the stress I was under at the time. But that doesn't explain the scratches or the phone ending up across the room or waking up at exactly the same time every night for months. Part of me thinks I was experiencing some form of astral projection without realizing it. Maybe my consciousness was actually separating from my body during sleep, or maybe something was trying to pull me out. I don't know which possibility scares me more. It's been 5 years, and I still sleep with my phone well away from my bed. I still tense up if I happen to wake up around 4 a.m., and I still can't explain what happened during those months in Pinecrest. Whatever it was, sleep disorder, supernatural event, or something else entirely, it changed how I think about sleep forever. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off, I swear I can still hear that faint clicking sound in the darkness. Story 19. I've never told anyone about this. Not completely. My parents know bits and pieces, and I mentioned it to a doctor once who just gave me some clinical explanation that I knew was wrong. But I've never laid it all out like I'm about to now. I guess I always feared talking about it might somehow bring it back. even though I'm thousands of miles from that house now. From when I was around 7 years old until I was 17, I experienced something in my childhood bedroom that I can't explain. I called it the Shaker, though only in my head. I never dared say the name out loud, not once in all those years. I grew up in Pinecrest, in a pretty normal two-story house built in the 80s. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, past my parents' room and the bathroom. Nothing about the room stood out. Light blue walls, wooden furniture my parents bought at some discount place, posters of whatever I was into at the time. The window faced the backyard and the big oak tree that I used to think looked like a monster at night. The first time it happened, I was in 2nd grade. I remember, because I'd just gotten a new Spider-Man comforter that day. I was lying in bed, not quite asleep yet, but getting there. The house was quiet. My parents were downstairs watching TV. I could hear the faint murmur of it through the floor. That's when I felt it for the first time. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a feeling, like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice water into my veins. A sudden certainty that something was coming, not approaching from down the hall or outside the window, but sort of materializing, getting more real by the second. I felt it behind me, though there was nothing but my bedroom wall there. I froze, not because I was thinking about what to do, but because my body just locked up. I couldn't have moved if I wanted to. I held my breath without even deciding to. Then my bed started to shake, side to side, like someone was grabbing the frame and pushing it. The headboard knocked against the wall, not loud enough to alert my parents downstairs, but definitely not something I was imagining. My Spider-Man blanket vibrated across my chest. The shaking lasted maybe 5 seconds, and then stopped as suddenly as it had started. The feeling of dread vanished with it. I was terrified, but I didn't scream or run to my parents. Somehow, even at 7, I had this overwhelming sense that making noise or moving would make things worse, that as long as I stayed completely still during these episodes, nothing bad would happen beyond the shaking. For weeks afterward, I was afraid to go to sleep. I'd lie there with my eyes wide open, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling until exhaustion finally took over. But when nothing happened for a while, I started to relax again, until about 2 months later, when it returned. This time I was actually asleep when it woke me up. That same cold feeling of dread, of something gathering itself together right behind the wall where my bed was pushed up against. Again, I froze, held my breath. Again, the bed shook for a few seconds, this time in more of a forward and backward motion, and again it stopped, and the presence receded. Over the next few years, it fell into a pattern. The shaker would visit every couple of months. Never when anyone else was in the room, never when I was sick, which was weird, now that I think about it, only when I was alone and healthy, and in that bed. I remember when I was 10, I had a sleepover with 3 friends for my birthday. We all camped out on the floor in sleeping bags, and I was secretly relieved because I thought maybe the shaker wouldn't come if I wasn't in my bed. It didn't. But the next night, when I was back in my bed alone, it came with what felt like extra intensity, as if making up for the missed opportunity. By middle school, I had developed a whole set of superstitions around it. I believed that if I sensed it coming and immediately went still and silent, it would just shake the bed and leave. But if I moved or made noise, something worse would happen. What that worse thing might be, I couldn't say. I just knew with absolute certainty that I didn't want to find out. I can still remember the worst episode. I was 14, in the summer before high school. It was hot, so I was sleeping with just a sheet. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to pee. When I came back to bed, I felt it almost immediately, that distinctive dread that by then I recognized instantly. But this time it felt angrier. That's not quite right, but it definitely felt different, more urgent. I went rigid, holding my breath like always. The shaking started, more violent than usual. My bed frame was actually lifting slightly off the floor and dropping back down. The headboard was banging against the wall, loud enough that I was surprised my parents didn't hear. My alarm clock fell off my nightstand, and it went on longer, maybe 15 seconds instead of the usual 5. When it finally stopped, I was drenched in sweat. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there, completely still, afraid that any movement might bring it back. The next morning, my mom asked if I'd been jumping on my bed during the night. I lied and said I'd had a nightmare and fell out of bed. I never told them the truth. How could I? Oh, by the way, something invisible shakes my bed every couple of months, but don't worry. As long as I don't move when it happens, we're all good. They'd think I was crazy. Once, when I was 15, I tried to catch it on video. I set up my old camcorder on my desk, pointing it at my bed before I went to sleep. The shaker didn't come that night, or the next, or for weeks after. It was like it knew I was trying to document it. Eventually, I put the camera away, and sure enough, 3 days later, it returned. By high school, I'd gotten oddly used to it. Don't get me wrong, it was still terrifying every single time. That feeling of dread never got easier to handle. But I had accepted it as just part of my life in that house, in that room. I knew the rules. When I felt it coming, I'd freeze, hold my breath, and let it shake the bed. Then it would leave until next time. I only broke the rules once. I was 16. It was a regular Friday night, and I was texting with this girl I liked from school. When I felt the familiar dread creeping in, I was in the middle of writing a message. For a split second, I considered just finishing the text before going still. Bad idea. The moment I moved my thumb to hit send, the shaking started. Much more violently than usual, the bed actually slid a few inches across the floor. My phone flew out of my hand. The lamp on my nightstand toppled over, and for the first and only time, I heard something. A low, vibrating hum, almost below the range of hearing, more felt than heard. It was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I went completely rigid then, not even breathing. The shaking continued for what felt like forever, but was probably 20 seconds. When it finally stopped, I swear the temperature in my room had dropped by 10 degrees. I could see my breath. After that, I never broke the rules again. The summer before college, we moved. My dad got a job in another state, and we left the house in Pinecrest behind. I remember feeling a strange mix of emotions as I packed up my room. Relief, obviously, but also a weird sense of, I don't know, like I was abandoning something that had been part of my life for so long. Not that I wanted to stay, but there was this nagging feeling that by leaving, I was somehow letting the shaker win. The last night in that house, I was sure it would come. I lay in bed waiting for it, almost wanting that final encounter so I could say goodbye in some twisted way, but it never came. My last night was peaceful. At college, and every place I've lived since, I've never experienced anything like it again. Whatever was in that house or that room stayed there when we left. I did try to research it once, in my freshman year of college. I looked up sleep disorders and house settling and all kinds of paranormal phenomena. The closest thing I found was something called a hypnagogic jerk. That sudden feeling of falling that sometimes happens when you're drifting off to sleep. A doctor I mentioned it to latched onto this explanation, saying my episodes were probably just adrenaline-causing muscle spasms that I was misinterpreting in my half-asleep state. But that doesn't explain how I could sense it coming before anything happened, or why it followed such specific patterns, or why it stopped completely when we moved. Sometimes I wonder about the family that bought our house. There was a kid about 10 years old. Did he get my old bedroom? Does he lie awake at night, feeling that same distinctive dread, learning to hold perfectly still when the shaker comes? Or was there something specific about me that it was drawn to? I'm 32 now. I haven't felt that particular kind of dread in 15 years, but I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, holding my breath, waiting, just in case. Story 20. I've never shared this story publicly before. I'm not even sure I should now, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I'm 32 now, but what happened when I was 17 still haunts me. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, our family had always experienced what my mum called oddities. Lights flickering when there wasn't a storm, objects moving slightly from where we'd left them, cold spots in rooms that had no drafts. My mum would casually say, "Oh, that's just the house settling," or "must be our friendly ghost." I always rolled my eyes at this. As someone studying psychology, I knew there were logical explanations for everything. Pareidolia, confirmation bias, the power of suggestion. That spring of 2008 was particularly tense in our household. My parents weren't sleeping in the same room anymore. My dad had been having an affair with his co-worker for months, something he thought was a secret but everyone knew about. My mum was devastated, but trying to keep it together for my younger sister Ellie and me. The atmosphere was suffocating, like the air before a thunderstorm. One Tuesday afternoon in April, I came home from school to find Ellie, who was 14 at the time, sitting at the kitchen table with puffy eyes. My mom was making tea, her movements mechanical. "What's going on?" I asked, dropping my backpack on the floor. Mom turned to me with a strained smile. "Ellie saw something in her mirror today when she came home from school." Ellie looked up at me, her face pale. There was a woman standing behind me. I could only see her in the mirror, not in the room. She had long black hair and was wearing something dark, and her eyes, they were just wrong, like she wanted to hurt me. I immediately went into rational explanation mode. "You were probably tired. The mind plays tricks." "I wasn't imagining it," Ellie cut me off. She smiled at me, not a nice smile. I didn't believe her, but I didn't push it. The house felt different that day, colder somehow, despite it being spring. For the next few months, Ellie refused to be alone in her room. She started sleeping on the couch in the living room. My parents were too wrapped up in their crumbling marriage to really address it. Dad called it teenage dramatics, and Mom just looked exhausted all the time. Then one day in late July, I was mowing the lawn and happened to look up at Ellie's bedroom window on the second floor. There was a woman standing there looking down at me, pale face, straight black hair hanging past her shoulders. I froze, the lawn mower still rumbling in front of me. She didn't move, just stared with this expression that made my blood run cold. It wasn't anger or sadness, it was pure malevolence. I blinked and she was gone. My heart was pounding as I ran inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Ellie's room was empty. The bed was made, everything in its place. No signs of disturbance, no open windows, nothing. But it was freezing in there like walking into a meat locker. "Mom!" exclamation mark. I yelled, backing out of the room. "Mom, I saw her." My mom came running up the stairs, followed by my dad, who had been in the garage. I told them what I'd seen, and for once, my dad didn't immediately dismiss it. He went into Ellie's room, checked the closet, looked under the bed behind the curtains. "There's no one here," he said, but his voice lacked its usual certainty. "I know what I saw," I insisted. It was the same woman Ellie described. She was standing right there, looking at me through the window. That night, we decided to lock Ellie's room. Not just lock it, we shoved a chair under the doorknob the way people do in horror movies. I remember feeling ridiculous as we did it, but also deeply unsettled. My dad kept saying it was unnecessary, but he didn't stop us either. We all went to bed around 11. I couldn't sleep, kept thinking about that face in the window. Around 2 in the morning I heard it, the sound of Ellie's doorknob rattling. Not gently, like maybe the wind was causing it, but violently, like someone was trying to get out. Then came the banging. The door was shaking in its frame, the chair jumping with each impact from the other side. I was paralyzed with fear. Across the hall, I heard my parents' door open, then my dad's footsteps. He was shouting something. I couldn't make out the words over the blood rushing in my ears. The banging stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse. We all stood in the hallway, staring at Ellie's door. The chair was still in place, the door still closed. It must have been the wind, my dad said, but his voice shook. Old houses make noise. But it wasn't just that night. The next morning, we were all having breakfast, trying to pretend everything was normal, when the bathroom tap turned on by itself, full blast. We all heard it. Dad went to turn it off, and the moment he came back to the kitchen, it happened again. This continued for nearly an hour, the tap turning on and off, on and off. We decided to leave Ellie's room empty, but unlocked. Over the next few weeks, we'd occasionally hear bumping sounds from inside, or the doorknob would rattle, sometimes at night, sometimes during the day. It became almost routine. We'd hear a noise, look at each other, and silently acknowledge that whatever was in that room was still there. My dad, ever the skeptic, became determined to prove there was nothing supernatural happening. One night in August, he announced he was going to sleep in Ellie's room. My mum begged him not to, but he insisted. "There's no ghost, no woman, nothing," he said firmly, "and I'm going to prove it to all of you." I remember watching him go into that room, thinking he was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid, probably both. The house was quiet that night. Too quiet. I kept waiting to hear screaming or banging, but there was nothing. In the morning, my dad came down to breakfast looking pale and drawn. He wasn't talking much, which wasn't like him. He usually loved to be right. That afternoon, I found him sitting alone in the living room, holding something in his hands. It was a crucifix made of stainless steel, about 8 inches tall. "Where did that come from?" I asked. He looked up at me, and I was shocked to see fear in his eyes. "I found it in the monastery's dumpster a few years ago when I was doing some contracting work there. The monks were throwing out old items. I thought it was too nice to trash, so I took it." "What does that have to do with—" "It was in Ellie's closet," he interrupted. "I never put it there. I kept it in my workshop." He turned the crucifix over, and that's when I saw it. An inscription on the back, a woman's name, a birth date from 1890-something, and a death date in the 1950s. "She was in the room last night," my dad said quietly. "I saw her, standing at the foot of the bed, just watching me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. She pointed at this." He held up the crucifix. "It was like she wanted me to know it was hers." That was the first time I'd ever seen my dad scared. Really scared. It shook me more than anything else that had happened. My mom called a priest that day, not our regular parish priest, but someone a friend had recommended. Father Thomas arrived the next evening. He was older, probably in his 60s, with kind eyes and a serious demeanor. He listened to our story without interruption, then asked to see the crucifix. When my dad handed it to him, Father Thomas's expression changed. "This is a burial crucifix," he said grimly. "They used to place these on the chest of the deceased during funerals, sometimes even burying them with the body. They're quite rare now." "Is that why she's here?" my mom asked. "Because we have something that belonged to her." Father Thomas nodded slowly. "Objects like these can be powerful conduits. Some people seek them out for darker purposes." "Like what?" I asked. "Black magic, primarily," he replied. "These crucifixes have been in contact with death. That makes them valuable to those practicing certain rituals." He insisted on blessing the house, particularly Ellie's room. He used holy water and incense, praying in Latin as he moved from room to room. When he reached Ellie's room, the temperature dropped so drastically we could see our breath. The lights flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw a shadow move across the wall, not cast by any of us, but moving independently. Father Thomas didn't flinch. He continued praying, his voice growing stronger. When he finished, he took the crucifix with him, promising to have it properly blessed and stored in the church's reliquary. "She won't trouble you anymore," he assured us as he left. "But perhaps consider having the house blessed regularly, just as a precaution." That night was quiet. No banging, no rattling doorknobs, no faucets turning on by themselves. The oppressive feeling that had hung over the house for months seemed to lift. Ellie didn't move back into her room right away. It took weeks before she felt comfortable doing so, but eventually things returned to a version of normal. My parents still divorced 6 months later. Some things couldn't be fixed, even when the supernatural threat was gone. But Ellie's room never had another incident. I went on to finish my psychology degree, then got my master's. I still try to find rational explanations for things, but that experience fundamentally changed how I view the world. There are things science can't explain, forces we don't understand. Sometimes I think about her, that woman with the black hair and hateful eyes. I wonder who she was in life, what connection she had to that crucifix, and why she was so angry. I wonder if she's found peace now, or if she's haunting someone else who has something that once belonged to her. I've never encountered anything like that again, and honestly, I hope I never do. But I know now that the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond is thinner than most people realize. Sometimes things slip through, and sometimes they don't want to leave. Story 21. I've always been the rational one in our group. The guy who explains why your photos have orbs. It's dust particles, folks. Or why you heard footsteps at night. Old houses settle. Period. I've never bought into the paranormal thing, not even a little bit. I was the one rolling my eyes whenever my friends started talking about their ghost experiences or whatever. That was until November of 2021, when something happened that I still can't explain. My friend Jacob has always been the opposite of me. He's into crystals, meditation, reads tarot cards, the whole spiritual package. We've been friends since university despite our differences. He'd always tried to convince me that there was more out there, and I'd always counter with science and logic. It was our thing. So when he called me that Thursday evening, sounding genuinely freaked out, I figured it was another case of his overactive imagination. He'd moved into this older apartment building in Munich about 3 months earlier. One of those pre-war buildings with high ceilings and thick walls. Beautiful place, but definitely old. "Thomas, man, something weird is happening in my apartment," he said, his voice tense. "What? Like your electricity bill is too high?" I laughed. "I'm serious. I think there might be something here." I sighed. "Like what? A mouse? A draft?" "No, like..." He paused. "Like someone standing in my living room at night." That got my attention, but not for the reasons he probably hoped. Break-ins were common in his neighborhood, and I immediately thought someone might be casing his place. "Have you called the police?" "It's not like that," he insisted. "When I turn on the lights, there's nobody there. But I can feel someone watching me. Even Milo is acting weird." Milo was his cat, a normally chill tabby who mostly slept and judged people silently. I'd had a long day at work, but Jacob sounded genuinely upset. Plus, I figured this was a perfect opportunity to show him how the paranormal always has a logical explanation. "Fine, I'll come over, but I'm going to find whatever draft or creaky floorboard is freaking you out, okay?" "Thanks, man. Seriously." I drove over to his place, rehearsing all the rational explanations I'd offer him. Old buildings make noise. Shadows from passing cars can look like moving figures. His upstairs neighbors were probably just walking around. Jacob buzzed me in, and I climbed the 3 flights of stairs to his apartment. He was waiting at his door, looking relieved to see me, but also noticeably tense. His normally styled hair was messy, like he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. "Thanks for coming," he said, stepping aside to let me in. The moment I crossed the threshold, something felt off. I'm not someone who uses words like energy or vibes, but the air felt heavy somehow. It was cold too, despite the heating being on. I immediately started looking for open windows. "See, you feel it too," Jacob said, watching my reaction. "I feel that you need to check your heating system," I replied, though I couldn't shake this weird feeling of being unwelcome. Like when you walk into a room where people have just been arguing. Milo came sprinting down the hallway, fur slightly raised. He ran straight to Jacob and pressed against his legs, something I'd never seen this typically aloof cat do before. "He's been like this for days," Jacob explained, picking him up. "Won't leave my side, won't go into certain rooms alone." I walked further into the apartment, looking around for anything unusual. "So tell me exactly what's been happening." Jacob followed me, still holding Milo. "It started about 2 weeks ago. Small things at first. Items not where I left them. Lights I swear I turned off being on when I woke up. Then I started feeling like I was being watched, especially at night. 3 days ago, I woke up around 3 in the morning and saw someone standing in my living room doorway. I raised an eyebrow. Sleep paralysis, probably. It's common to... I wasn't paralyzed, Thomas. I sat up, I called out. And then when I turned on my lamp, there was nobody there. I walked into his living room, looking for hiding spots or anything that could cast a human-shaped shadow. The room was sparsely furnished, just a couch, coffee table, TV and bookshelf, not many places to hide. Last night was the worst, Jacob continued. I was in the kitchen and all the cabinet doors flew open at once, all of them, Thomas, and then slammed shut. Wind pressure can do that if a window or door opens somewhere else in the apartment, I explained. But even I wasn't fully convinced by my explanation. His kitchen was small, and the cabinets faced different directions. As we stood there talking, the temperature seemed to drop even further. I could see my breath now, which made no sense for an indoor heated space in November. "Your heating is definitely broken," I said, rubbing my arms. "The maintenance guy checked it yesterday, said everything was working fine." I continued walking through his apartment, checking windows, looking behind furniture, examining the electrical panel. Everything seemed normal, but that uncomfortable feeling kept growing. The back of my neck prickled like someone was staring at me. I turned around quickly once or twice, expecting to catch someone or something, but there was nothing there. Just Jacob looking increasingly validated by my discomfort. "See? You feel it too," he repeated. "I feel a draft," I insisted, though I couldn't find its source. We ended up in his bedroom, where Milo immediately jumped under the bed and refused to come out. "He's been hiding under there a lot," Jacob said, kneeling to try coaxing the cat out. As he did, I felt that sensation of being watched intensify. The hair on my arms stood up, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. It felt like someone was standing right behind me, but when I spun around, the doorway was empty. For the first time in my life, I felt genuinely unsettled by something I couldn't explain. I'd never believed in the supernatural. But standing in that bedroom, I felt threatened. Not in a physical way, but like something was pushing against my very presence, wanting me gone. "I think we should leave," I said, surprising myself with the words. "Just for a bit, get some coffee or something." Jacob looked up at me, his eyes widening slightly. "You really do feel it?" "I feel like your apartment is freezing and we should get some hot coffee while we figure this out." I backpedaled, trying to sound rational again. He nodded slowly. "Let me just get Milo out from under there. I'm not leaving him alone." As Jacob reached further under the bed for his cat, I suddenly couldn't stand being in that room anymore. The feeling of being unwanted had become overwhelming. "I'll wait by the front door," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I walked quickly down the hallway toward the apartment entrance. The front door was a massive old wooden thing, probably original to the building. It was heavy, the kind that never quite closed properly unless you pulled it hard and used the key. I reached for the handle, planning to open it and wait in the hallway where the feeling wasn't so intense. Before I could touch it, the door swung open on its own, as if inviting me to leave. I stood there frozen, staring at the open door. My logical brain immediately tried to find an explanation. It hadn't been properly closed, the latch was faulty, the building had shifted. "Jakob," I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Your door just opened by itself. No response." "Jakob," I called again, louder this time. I heard him still talking softly to Milo in the bedroom. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway, leaving the door wide open behind me. I just needed a moment to collect myself, to shake off this ridiculous feeling. That's when it happened. The massive wooden door, the one that was so heavy Jakob complained about carrying groceries while trying to hold it open, slammed shut behind me with such force that the entire wall shook. It wasn't the sound of a door accidentally closing or being pushed by a draft. It was a deliberate, powerful slam that echoed through the entire stairwell. I jumped and spun around, my heart practically bursting from my chest. There was nobody there, just the closed door, which I knew for a fact required significant effort to move. Seconds later, I heard rushed footsteps inside the apartment. The door flew open, and Jakob stood there, his face completely drained of color, holding a hissing Milo in his arms. "Did you—" he started. "No," I cut him off. "I didn't touch the door. I was out here when it slammed." We stared at each other, both processing what had just happened. Milo suddenly squirmed out of Jakob's arms and bolted down the stairs toward the main entrance of the building. "Milo!" Jakob called, but the cat was gone. Neither of us spoke as we hurried down the stairs after the cat. We found him at the main entrance, meowing loudly to be let out. Once outside, we both took deep breaths of the cold November air, like we'd been underwater too long. "You saw that, right?" Jakob finally asked as we stood on the sidewalk. "The door. You saw what it did." I nodded, my mind racing through every possible explanation. Were any windows open in the apartment? No. And even if they were, Thomas, that door is so heavy, I have to use my shoulder to close it sometimes. The main hall door was closed too, so it couldn't have been a draft from the stairwell, I added, almost talking to myself. We found Milo hiding under a parked car and managed to coax him out. The three of us ended up going to Jacob's mother's place for the night. Neither of us wanted to go back to the apartment, though we didn't explicitly say that to each other. The next day, in the safety of daylight, we returned to check things out. Nothing happened. The apartment felt normal. No cold spots, no feeling of being watched. We tested the door repeatedly, trying to recreate what had happened. It was impossible. The door was too heavy to slam shut on its own, even with all windows open and a strong breeze. Here's the weirdest part. After that evening, the strange occurrences in Jacob's apartment stopped completely. It was like whatever was there had made its point and was satisfied that we'd gotten the message. Jacob still lives there today. He says it feels peaceful now, like the place has been cleared somehow. Milo no longer hides under the bed or acts stressed. As for me, I'm still searching for a logical explanation for what happened that day. I've researched air pressure phenomena, structural settling, even obscure acoustic properties of old buildings. None of it explains that door slam. I wouldn't say I'm a believer in the paranormal now, but I'm definitely less quick to dismiss other people's experiences. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking about that door slamming shut, the force behind it feeling so intentional. Maybe some things just don't have rational explanations. Maybe sometimes a door really does slam on its own, not because of physics or faulty hinges, but because something wants you gone. Story 22. I still get chills thinking about what happened at Harrington Manor. It's been 4 years since I graduated, but some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, hearing that scream echo in my head. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest. I was 16 when I transferred to Harrington Manor boarding school in my 3rd year. The school sits isolated in the English countryside, about 30 miles from the nearest proper town. It's one of those imposing Victorian Gothic buildings that looks like it was designed specifically to terrify teenagers. All weathered stone, gargoyles, and narrow windows. The kind of place where shadows seem to move on their own when you glimpse them from the corner of your eye. My parents thought sending me to this prestigious school would straighten me out after some trouble at my previous school. Nothing serious, just typical teenage rebellion. But the moment our car pulled up the long gravel driveway, I felt something was off about this place. The main building loomed against the grey October sky like something from a horror film, all spires and dark windows. My stomach knotted as I dragged my suitcase up those worn stone steps. The headmaster, Mr. Blackwood, was this tall, thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and the personality of wet cardboard. He gave me a brief tour, droning on about the illustrious history of Harrington Manor, while I tried not to look too miserable. According to him, the building dated back to the 1870s, originally built as the country estate for some wealthy industrialist family who eventually went bankrupt. The building was purchased in 1892 by Lady Eleanor Winthrop, he explained as we walked through corridors with creaking floorboards. She made substantial renovations before donating it for educational purposes in her will. I didn't care about any of this at the time. I was more concerned with the fact that my phone barely got 1 bar of reception and the Wi-Fi was practically non-existent. Typical teenage priorities, I guess. The boys' dormitory was on the 3rd floor of the East Wing, a long room with 12 beds arranged in 2 rows. High ceilings, drafty windows, and ancient radiators that clanked and gurgled all night, but somehow never actually provided warmth. My assigned bed was directly opposite a section of wall that looked different from the rest. Newer bricks filling what had clearly once been a doorway. "What used to be there?" I asked Jeremy, the boy in the next bed who'd been assigned to show me around. He glanced at the bricked-up doorway and lowered his voice. "That's where they sealed up the old dumb waiter shaft. There's a whole story about it." "What story?" I pressed, but he just shrugged. "You'll hear it eventually. Everyone does." It took less than a week before I learned about Lady Eleanor Winthrop. Not from the teachers or school materials, but from whispered conversations in the common room and stories traded after lights out. Lady Eleanor had been wheelchair-bound, they said, paralyzed from the waist down after a riding accident. She'd had the house fitted with a complex system of dumb waiters, not just for food, but large ones, big enough to transport her between floors in her wheelchair. This was decades before electric elevators were common, especially in private homes. The dumb waiters were operated by servants who would use a pulley system to raise and lower the platforms. The one that had been sealed up in our dormitory wall had connected all 4 floors of the house, from the cellar all the way up to the attic. According to the story, one evening in 1904, Lady Eleanor was being lowered from the top floor when something went terribly wrong. Some versions claimed a rope snapped. Others said a drunken servant accidentally let go of the controls. Whatever the cause, the platform plummeted from the top floor to the cellar with Lady Eleanor still inside, killing her instantly. The servants found her body broken at the bottom of the shaft. "They say her ghost still haunts the school," said Colin, a 4th-year student with a talent for telling ghost stories. "People have heard her wheelchair rolling down empty corridors at night, and sometimes, if you listen carefully, you can hear her scream as she falls." I rolled my eyes at this. I'd never believed in ghosts and wasn't about to start. But I couldn't help glancing at that bricked-up doorway before falling asleep each night, imagining what lay behind it. The incident happened about 2 months after I arrived, on a Wednesday in late November. It had been raining all day, that constant, dreary English drizzle that seeps into your bones. Most of us had spent the evening in the common room downstairs before trudging up to bed around 10:30. Lights out was at 11, and by 10:50 most of the boys were already in bed, some reading with flashlights, others messaging friends on phones hidden under blankets. I remember checking my watch. It was exactly 11:03. Mr. Pearson, the dorm supervisor, had just done his final check and turned off the main lights, leaving only the dim emergency lighting in the corners. The room was filled with the usual night sounds of a dormitory, someone snoring softly, bed springs creaking as boys shifted positions, the occasional whisper or muffled laugh. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling and thinking about the physics test scheduled for the next day when it happened. The scream came from directly behind the bricked-up doorway. It wasn't a shout or a yell. It was a woman's scream, high-pitched and absolutely terrified. It started as a gasp and built into this blood-curdling shriek that seemed to travel downward, fading as it went, like someone falling. The sound was so clear, so present, it was as if whoever made it was right there in the room with us. I froze, my whole body going rigid with shock. For a second, there was complete silence in the dormitory as everyone processed what they'd just heard. Then chaos erupted. Boys were sitting up in bed, some switching on lights, others calling out in confusion or fear. What the hell was that? Did you hear that? It came from the wall. Jeremy, in the bed next to mine, had gone completely pale. That was a woman screaming, he whispered, staring at the bricked-up doorway. Before anyone could say anything else, the door to the dormitory burst open, and Mr. Pearson rushed in, looking alarmed. "What's going on in here?" he demanded, his voice sharp with concern. All at once, everyone started talking. "Sir, there was a scream. It came from the old dumb waiter. It sounded like a woman." Mr. Pearson held up his hands for silence, but before he could speak, two more teachers appeared at the door. Ms. Harlow from the English department and Mr. Finch, the deputy headmaster, both in dressing gowns and looking like they'd run from their quarters. "We heard a scream," Ms. Harlow said, breathless. "It sounded like it came from this corridor." That's when I realized it wasn't just our dormitory that had heard it. The scream had been loud enough to wake teachers on the floor below. In the next 15 minutes, the entire east wing of the school was in uproar. Students from other dormitories had heard it too. Even some of the girls from the west wing came over, saying they'd heard a distant scream. Teachers were bustling around, checking rooms, looking behind doors, peering into cupboards. Mr. Blackwood eventually appeared, his hair disheveled and his face tight with anger. He gathered all the teachers in the corridor outside our dormitory and spoke in hushed tones, though we could still hear snippets. "Absolutely unacceptable, practical joke. Find whoever is responsible." That's when it became clear. The teachers thought it was a prank. They assumed some student had recorded a scream and played it through speakers hidden somewhere. They spent the next hour searching the dormitory, tapping walls, looking under beds, checking inside storage trunks. They found nothing. "If the perpetrator of this disturbance comes forward now," Mr. Blackwood announced to the room of wide-eyed boys, "the punishment will be less severe than if we have to identify you ourselves." No one moved, no one spoke, because none of us had done it. Eventually, the teachers left, posting Mr. Pearson at the door with instructions to report any suspicious behavior. None of us slept much that night. We lay in our beds, whispering theories to each other. "It had to be the ghost of Lady Eleanor," Colin insisted. "Don't be stupid," another boy countered. "Someone's playing a trick." But as the days passed and no culprit was found, no speakers or recording equipment discovered, people started to wonder. The teachers questioned each of us individually. They checked alibis, searched through personal belongings, even brought in the school caretaker to examine the walls around the bricked-up doorway for hidden cavities or spaces where someone might have concealed equipment. Nothing. They found absolutely nothing. What makes this whole thing even more unexplainable is the timing. Later, I discovered that November 22nd, the date we heard the scream, was the anniversary of Lady Eleanor's death. 113 years to the day since she plummeted down that shaft. I've tried to rationalize it countless times since then. Maybe it was a prank that some student pulled off with incredible skill. Maybe it was the wind in the old building's pipes or ventilation system creating a sound that just happened to resemble a woman's scream. Maybe it was mass hysteria. One person thought they heard something, and the power of suggestion made everyone else hear it too. But none of these explanations feel right. They don't account for what I heard, what we all heard. That scream wasn't just loud or frightening. It contained emotion, pure terror. The sound of someone in the last moments of their life facing a horrific death. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. The memory of it is so vivid that sometimes when I'm half asleep, I can still hear it echoing in my head, that descending wail, starting above me and rushing downward into nothing. After that night, I couldn't look at that bricked-up doorway without feeling a chill. Sometimes I'd catch other boys avoiding it too, walking a wider path around that section of the wall. No one wanted to be too close to it. The school never officially acknowledged what happened. The official line remained that it was a prank, though no one was ever punished for it. But in the 2 years I remained at Harrington Manor, the story became part of the school's folklore. New students would hear about the night of the scream within weeks of arriving. I've since learned that similar incidents had happened before in 1972, 1941 and 1908, always on the anniversary of Lady Eleanor's death, always heard by multiple people, never explained. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts. I'm just saying that on that November night, approximately 50 people, students and teachers alike, heard something that shouldn't have been possible. We heard a woman's dying scream coming from inside a sealed wall on the exact anniversary of a tragic death that occurred in that exact spot over a century ago. Make of that what you will, but I know what I heard. And sometimes, on rainy November nights, I still hear it in my dreams. Oh, story 23. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down. It's been almost 8 months since it happened, but I can't shake the memory. Every time I close my eyes at night, I see those fingers, those impossibly long fingers with what looked like blood-stained claws. I moved to this small town in Idaho about a year ago for work. Nothing special. Just a quiet little place where everyone knows everyone, the kind of town where the biggest excitement is usually when someone's cow gets loose. I found a decent apartment on the outskirts of town. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom place with a small kitchen and living room. The rent was cheap, and I was just happy to have my own space. The first few weeks were completely normal. I was settling in, getting to know my neighbors, finding my routine. I worked afternoon to evening shifts at the local warehouse, so I'd usually get home around 11 at night. The apartment was quiet, peaceful even. Then weird stuff started happening. It began with the lights. I'd come home and find lights on that I was positive I'd turned off. At first I figured I was just forgetful. We all have those moments, right? But then it started happening with lights. I knew I had turned off, like I'd double-check before leaving for work and still come home to find them on. I called the landlord about it, thinking maybe there was some electrical issue. He came by, checked the wiring and said everything looked fine. Suggested maybe it was a power surge or something. I tried to believe that explanation, but deep down, I knew it wasn't right. Then the doors started. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of my bedroom door slowly creaking open. The first time it happened, I nearly had a heart attack. I jumped out of bed and checked the whole apartment, convinced someone had broken in. But there was nothing. No one. Just an open door that I distinctly remembered closing before going to bed. After that, it became almost routine. Doors opening and closing by themselves. Cabinet doors in the kitchen slamming shut while I was in the shower. My front door would be unlocked when I got home, even though I always locked it before leaving. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, maybe the building was settling, maybe the locks were faulty. I even went as far as setting up my phone to record while I was gone, but the battery would always mysteriously die before capturing anything useful. About 2 months in, things escalated. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Just quick movements, shadows darting across the room. I'd spin around to look, but nothing would be there. It got to the point where I was constantly on edge, always feeling like someone was watching me. The worst part was coming home from work. My bedroom window faced the parking lot, and more than once, I swear I saw someone or something standing there looking out. But by the time I'd get upstairs and unlock my door, the apartment would be empty. I'd check every closet, look under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. I started spending less time at home. I'd hang out at diners after work, go to the movies alone, anything to avoid going back to that apartment. But eventually, I always had to return. One night, I met up with a guy named Jake, who lived a few miles outside town on a small ranch his family owned. We weren't close friends or anything, but we'd talk at the local bar sometimes. He invited me over to check out his new dirt bikes, and I jumped at the chance to be anywhere but my apartment. We spent the afternoon riding around his property, and for the first time in weeks, I actually felt normal. No weird feelings, no shadows, no unexplained noises, just two guys having fun. As the sun started to set, Jake suggested we take his ranch cart and explore this old abandoned property that bordered his family's land. I was feeling good, so I agreed. Why not, right? The property was overgrown with tall grass and dense bushes everywhere. There was an old fence surrounding it, maybe 6 feet high, rusty and falling apart in places. We drove along the perimeter with Jake pointing out where he used to sneak in as a kid to explore. "Want to check it out?" he asked, and I shrugged. Again, anything was better than going home to my apartment. We parked the cart near a section of fence that had partially collapsed and climbed over. The sun was almost completely gone by then, but Jake had a powerful flashlight, so we weren't too worried. We'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I first heard it. A soft, clicking sound, like someone rapidly tapping their fingernails on a wooden table. I stopped and listened. "You hear that?" I asked Jake. He nodded, suddenly looking uneasy. "Yeah, probably just a cricket or something." But it wasn't a cricket. The clicking was too deliberate, too purposeful, and it seemed to be coming from the direction we'd just come from, back toward the fence. "Let's head back," Jake said, and I couldn't agree more. As we turned and started walking back toward the fence, the clicking got louder and faster, like whatever was making the sound was excited or hunting. We picked up our pace, not quite running yet, but definitely moving quicker than a casual walk. Jake's flashlight beam bounced wildly in front of us, creating strange, shifting shadows among the trees and bushes. The fence came into view, and I felt a momentary sense of relief. But then the clicking suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. We reached the fence, and Jake boosted me up. I scrambled over, scraping my hands on the rusty metal, and turned to help him up. As Jake was climbing, the silence was shattered by a sound I'll never forget as long as I live. It started as a low growl, then transformed into a high-pitched screech that seemed to pierce right through my skull. It was like nothing I've ever heard before. Not an animal, not a person, not anything natural. "What the fuck is that?" Jake yelled, dropping down beside me on our side of the fence. Before I could answer, we saw movement on top of the fence about 30 feet to our left. Something was climbing over, something big. In the dim light, I couldn't make out details, but I could see a hunched silhouette pulling itself over the fence with what looked like impossibly long arms. The clicking sound started again, faster and louder than before. "Run!" Jake screamed, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the ranch cart. We sprinted across the open field, the cart seeming miles away, though it was probably only about 100 yards. Behind us, I heard a heavy thud as whatever it was dropped to our side of the fence. Then came the sound of rapid movement through the grass. It was fast, much faster than us. We reached the cart, and Jake fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so bad he could barely get them in the ignition. I turned to look back and caught a glimpse of it. It was moving on all fours, but not like any animal I've ever seen. Its limbs were too long, its movements too jerky and unnatural. In the moonlight, I could make out brownish skin or scales, and those fingers. God, those fingers. They were easily 8 or 9 inches long, ending in what looked like curved claws that glinted red in the darkness. The cart engine roared to life, and Jake slammed it into gear. We lurched forward just as the thing let out another of those terrible screeches. It was close enough now that I could smell it, a putrid, rotting odor that made my eyes water. Jake had a couple of airsoft guns in the back of the cart that we'd been messing around with earlier. I grabbed one and fired at the creature, even though I knew it wouldn't do much. The BBs seemed to bounce right off it, not even slowing it down. We tore through the property, the cart bouncing wildly over the uneven ground. I kept looking back, seeing that thing bounding after us through the tall grass, moving in a way that nothing should be able to move, sometimes on all fours, sometimes almost upright, always with those long arms reaching, those fingers extending toward us. The cart hit a rut, and I was nearly thrown out. I clung to the roll bar, still facing backward, unable to look away from our pursuer. As we neared the trees that marked the edge of Jake's family property, I saw the creature more clearly for a brief moment as it passed through a patch of moonlight. Its face, I can barely describe it. It wasn't a face, not really, just a dark hollow where features should be, with what looked like 2 pinpricks of dull red light where eyes might be, and below that a wide slash that might have been a mouth lined with something that glinted in the moonlight. We burst out of the trees into open pasture land, and suddenly the clicking stopped. I turned around frantically, trying to spot the creature, but it was gone. Vanished, as if it couldn't or wouldn't follow us into the open ground. Jake didn't slow down. He drove straight to his house, the cart's engine screaming in protest at the speed. We skidded to a stop in his driveway, both of us breathing hard, unable to speak. His mom came out onto the porch, asking what all the noise was about. Jake muttered something about thinking we saw a bear, and we went inside. We called our parents to come pick us up. Jake still lived with his folks, and I didn't have my car with me. When my dad arrived, I practically ran to the car. Jake and I didn't say goodbye. We didn't talk about what we'd seen. We haven't hung out since that night. I went back to my apartment only to pack my things. I moved out the next day, breaking my lease and forfeiting my security deposit. I found a new place closer to town, surrounded by other houses. I don't go out alone after dark anymore. I don't go near wooded areas or abandoned properties. And every night, I lie awake, listening for that clicking sound, terrified that whatever was in those woods has somehow found me again. Because the thing is, I don't think it was following Jake. In those final moments before we burst into the clearing, when I saw it most clearly, it was looking directly at me, and somehow I knew. It had been watching me for weeks, from my bedroom window, from the shadows in my apartment. I still don't know what it was. I've searched online for local legends, for similar experiences, for any explanation that might make sense. Nothing fits. Nothing comes close to describing what we saw that night. All I know is that it's still out there somewhere. And sometimes, when I'm driving home late from work, I catch a glimpse of something moving between the houses, something with long fingers and a hunched silhouette. And I hear that clicking sound, soft and distant but getting closer. A story. 24. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me last month. I'm still trying to make sense of it myself, but I need to get this out there, even if no one believes me. I live alone in a small house on the outskirts of Clearwater. It's quiet out here, which is why I moved away from the city 3 years ago. I work from home as a software developer, so my routine is pretty standard. Work, occasionally meet friends, and spend evenings either reading or watching documentaries. Nothing exciting. The night it happened was a Wednesday. I remember because I had a client meeting scheduled for Thursday morning, and I'd gone to bed early around 10 to make sure I was well rested. My bedroom is simple, just a queen bed against the wall, a nightstand, a dresser, and a window that faces the backyard. I always keep the blinds half open because I like waking up to natural light. I fell asleep quickly that night. No alcohol, no medication, nothing that would explain what followed. The room was completely dark, except for the faint glow of my digital clock showing 1:17 when I suddenly woke up. Except I didn't really wake up, not in the normal way. My eyes were open, and I was fully aware of my surroundings, but I couldn't move a single muscle. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my fingers. I tried to call out, but my voice was trapped in my throat. It wasn't like the sleep paralysis I'd experienced once in college. This was different, more complete, more intentional. The air in the room felt charged, like the heaviness before a thunderstorm. I could hear a faint humming sound almost at the edge of my hearing range. The digital clock on my nightstand started flickering, the numbers jumping randomly before settling on 3:33. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath forming small clouds above my face, which made no sense because it was the middle of summer in Florida. The moonlight coming through my window seemed to intensify, casting strange, shifting shadows across my ceiling. I felt a presence before I saw it. Something was in the room with me, something that didn't belong. When I managed to shift my eyes to the right side of my bed, I saw her. I call it her because the entity had a vaguely female form, but there was nothing human about it. She was tall and slender, with limbs that seemed too long for her body. Her skin glowed with a pale, bluish light that illuminated the area around my bed. I couldn't make out distinct facial features, just large almond-shaped eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The strangest part, I wasn't afraid. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt an unnatural calm washing over me, like someone had turned down the volume on my fear response. It wasn't natural, it wasn't me. "We have been observing you, Marcus." The words appeared in my mind without passing through my ears. I hadn't told her my name. I hadn't spoken at all. Yet she knew me. "Your structure is compatible. We need samples." I wanted to ask what that meant, but before I could even form the thought, she moved closer. Her movements were fluid, almost like she was floating rather than walking. She reached out with impossibly long fingers and touched my forehead. The moment she made contact, my entire body went numb, not painful, just absent, like my mind had been disconnected from my physical form. She produced something from behind her, a long metallic instrument that looked like a cross between a needle and a thin probe. It caught the moonlight and glinted as she positioned it above my right arm. I should have been panicking, fighting, screaming, but that artificial calm kept me docile as she inserted the needle into the soft underside of my forearm. I could see it penetrating my skin, pushing deeper into my tissue, but I felt no pain, just a strange pressure and a pulling sensation as she extracted something. The needle seemed to glow from within as it filled with a reddish substance that I somehow knew wasn't just blood. It was deeper than that, marrow maybe, genetic material. I couldn't tell, but I knew instinctively it was something fundamental to my being. When she withdrew the needle, she held it up to examine its contents. Her large eyes seemed to analyze it, and I felt a wave of satisfaction emanating from her. Not her own satisfaction. She was somehow projecting her emotions into my mind. Good compatibility. Now we need to see structural integrity. What happened next defies everything I understand about human physiology and consciousness. She produced another tool, this one resembling a scalpel, but with a wavering edge that seemed to shift between solid and light. With precise movements, she made an incision along my forearm. From wrist to elbow, I watched in horrified fascination as my skin parted cleanly, exposing layers of fat, muscle, and tendons beneath. There was no blood. The cut seemed to cauterize instantly. I could see inside my own arm, see the complex network of tissues that make up a human limb, and still I felt no pain. Instead, a wave of euphoria washed over me, more intense than anything I've ever experienced. It was like every pleasure center in my brain had been activated simultaneously. My vision blurred at the edges, and for a moment, I thought I might pass out from the sheer intensity of the sensation. Through the haze of artificial pleasure, I watched as she manipulated the structures inside my arm, occasionally extracting tiny samples of different tissues. She seemed particularly interested in the nerves and tendons, studying how they connected and moved. Then something even stranger happened. As she worked, images began flooding my mind. Not my memories. They were something else entirely. I saw vast structures floating in what looked like deep space. I saw beings similar to her moving through corridors of light. I saw what appeared to be other humans, suspended in cylindrical tanks filled with luminous fluid. These weren't just random visions. They were information being downloaded directly into my consciousness. But the strange thing is, as intense as these images were in the moment, they began fading almost immediately, like trying to remember a dream that slips away upon waking. Your kind fears. This impedes communication. We suppress this for efficiency. The thought voice was matter-of-fact, almost clinical. She was telling me she was deliberately manipulating my emotional state, and somehow even that knowledge didn't disturb me. After what felt like hours, but could have been minutes, she finished her examination. With a gesture that resembled a conductor ending a symphony, she passed her hand over my opened arm. Before my eyes, the tissues reconnected, the skin sealed, and within seconds, my arm appeared completely untouched. Not even a scar remained, as evidence of what had just happened. Only then did I look down at the rest of my body and notice something I hadn't before. I wasn't wearing the t-shirt and shorts I'd gone to bed in. I appeared to be completely naked, though I felt neither cold nor exposed. My entire body had a faint, luminescent quality, as though I was glowing slightly from within. We have what we need for now. You serve an important purpose, though you cannot understand it yet. She placed her hand on my chest, directly over my heart. I felt a surge of energy pass through me, like an electrical current, but somehow pleasant rather than painful. My vision began to tunnel, darkness creeping in from the edges. The last thing I remember clearly is her face coming very close to mine. Those enormous eyes filled my entire field of vision, and within them I saw what looked like stars. Not reflections, but actual stars, as though her eyes were windows to the cosmos itself. Sleep now, forget most, remember enough. Then, nothing. I woke up at 7:23 the next morning, my alarm blaring for what must have been several minutes. I felt groggy and disoriented, like I'd been drugged. My first conscious thought was that I'd had an incredibly vivid nightmare, but as I sat up, I noticed several things that shot ice through my veins. My sheets were on the floor, completely unwrapped from my bed. The digital clock was unplugged, and most disturbing of all, there was a small, perfect circle of dried fluid on my forearm, exactly where I remembered the needle entering in my dream. I examined my arm obsessively, turning it over and over in the morning light. There was no cut, no scar, nothing to indicate it had been sliced open, but that circular mark remained, about the size of a pencil eraser, slightly darker than my natural skin tone. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it had been sleep paralysis, combined with an unusually vivid dream. But certain details kept nagging at me. How did my clock get unplugged? Why did my arm have that mark? And why did I keep getting flashes of those strange images? The structures in space, the beings, the humans in tanks, at random moments throughout my day. I've looked into sleep disorders, hallucinations, even carbon monoxide poisoning. Anything that might explain what happened, but nothing quite fits. The mark on my arm faded after about a week, removing the only physical evidence I had. Sometimes at night, I still wake up suddenly, feeling watched. My room will be colder than it should be, and for a split second, I'll think I see a bluish glow at the edge of my vision that disappears when I turn to look at it. What bothers me most isn't the possibility that I was actually visited by some non-human entity. It's the gaps in my memory. I know she communicated something important to me, something beyond the few phrases I can recall. There was a message, a purpose, a reason for their interest in me specifically. But it's like trying to remember something through thick fog. The harder I try to grasp it, the more it slips away. I haven't told anyone until now. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced wasn't just a dream. Something happened in my bedroom that night. Something that defies explanation, and the most terrifying part is the certainty I feel that they're not finished with me, that this was just the first examination. Every night when I go to bed, I wonder if tonight will be the night they return, and the truly disturbing thing, part of me hopes they do.